Okay, well, I may be minutes behind schedule, but I'll get by. Hopefully the tea will steep a bit more, so on and so forth. Looks like tomato soup. I have no idea, really. It's some other kind of soup. I'm not sure what. My sense of taste isn't really good enough to narrow it down. Can't believe it got so cold so quick. Human. Feeling wasn't what he was hoping for. And it might have been better in kept eating. I don't know, preservatives to go a bit. Um, well, here and now is a very important thing. If you're an atheist, you don't really do this much of anything else, do you? There, stuff, but there comes trouble when some people believe there's an eternity out there after you die. Well, let's say if we're 100 years after you die, well, this afterlife would be just as certain as well, the life you are now. And if it's, you know, 1,000 years, it's 10 times as important as the here and now. 10,000 years, 100 times. The here and now keeps shrinking in importance until it's, well, nothing at all. the meaning it has, as to what extent it determines an afterlife. Rigidly following whatever religious rules you might have, like a robot. Especially when you have like, people making your laws or deciding whether or not you job or so on. Everybody for healthcare. So let's see. We have a join link here. No, here, everywhere. Or at least try. Well, should say. At the internal device, at least. Some people can't see those. Um, it's a motley crew. A witch's brew. Maybe it's called you. You get the idea. I try to look like one of those old witches or something now. Maybe I'm just like on my way there. It is Firefox all working. But it's not working.
Weird. I'm on someone else's channel.
Get the link on YouTube. I don't know what happened. My connection was so bad. I hope it's better now. Hi, TV. What's going on?
Hello, hello.
Besides the usual.
What's going on? Not much. Not much. I'm at work right now. Normally, I don't take part of Google Hangouts because I'm just too busy. But now I decided to take a break. How about you?
I'm in the hospital, so
Oh no.
I try to keep my mind off of where I am.
Oh, why? What's going on? Is that something really bad, like Ebola?
Had some kind of infection. They don't tell me too much.
They don't tell you too much. Okay. Well, I'm sorry that you're stuck in the hospital. You have Wi-Fi there?
Well, it exists, but it's bad. I'm mostly operating off my phone.
Oh, I see. So, where is everybody?
I just now got the link up on the YouTube page and the web page, so hopefully people start showing up. But they may not be interested.
It's just the two of us, it seems.
For the moment.
How romantic.
It's a love boat. Very good. Our competition seems to be CS2 test, a hidden internet, ribbon content interview, plus giveaway, ING Markets morning call, and investing basics, what you need to know. So,
Those are other hangouts?
yeah, other audio hangouts.
Mm-hmm.
So, welcome, Alex.
Hey,
Have you on?
do you hear me?
Yes, Alex. Hi.
We hear you. CS2 test.
There's a big delay. Like I'm talking about like 30-second delay.
Yeah, he's off in Israel, so it's intercontinental lag.
Wow. We have to schedule for we have to schedule his talking points.
Possibly.
Yeah, just a second. I'm closing some. I'm closing some programs. Just a second.
So he's in Israel then. That's interesting.
Yeah, I have to wonder if he's worried about Ebola reaching Israel. So
Wow.
in principle, it can march all the way from, well, Liberia and Sierra Leone to
Liberia. Wow, wow. That's quite an international crowd. How about you? Where are you based? What state?
Oh, I have other things to worry about. Sure.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. You sounded like a robot for a second.
I'm saying I have other things to worry about besides, well, afflictions affecting Liberia.
Yeah.
Ebola introduction.
I thought I could make a video that would talk about Ebola-related superstitions. There's been a lot of I've heard in the news some different stories about what people think. Well, in Africa, what people think of this whole Ebola outbreak, and it's kind of interesting in a sense that people will over there they will believe pretty much any story that they will hear, so rumors and stuff like that. And in particular, there's this idea that at one point they were saying in the news that people thought that Ebola was propagated by doctors, so like on purpose, like a conspiracy or something. And then there was another story that said that it was actually a hoax. Ebola was a hoax. And I'm thinking, based on these different stories, how many people will die? It's kind of terrible. I've even, also I'm based in Canada. I live in Canada, and I've even heard a rumor here that was kind of ridiculous, that said that Ebola was targeting men more than women. and that women were pretty much immune to it. I was like, what? What kind of weird thing is? People will think anything, will believe anything.
So, do you hear me better now without the lag? Or am I still...
Well, you sound better now, yeah.
yeah,
Yes.
I closed some programs.
Hi, Ibrahim.
Yes.
I hear you're in Africa.
Yes, Africa.
So, why are we talking about Ebola?
Ebola. Ebola.
Is it overhyped or what?
I don't know. I don't have good information on it yet. But it's pretty bad disease.
I have no idea.
Yeah, talk. Everybody in total panic everywhere because of the Ebola. Even here, and it's even didn't get here in Israel. But they just got really prepared in the airports and in the hospitals.
Okay. It's pretty bad thing.
They were checking everyone from Africa and putting them in isolation.
African.
And talking about it every day in every news, in every newspaper.
Yeah, the hospital room has like CNN, and it's like Ebola all day, all night.
I mean, the media is telling us what we want to hear, and everyone is want to hear about the Ebola panic. What's happening in Ebola, where it got, how many people died. Everyone just want to hear every day about Ebola. There's nothing interesting anymore but Ebola. There was ISIS for a point. Now it's a new panic. Every time a new panic. So,
So they call the news cycle?
How did you get in the hospital? Did something happen?
Yeah, I had some kind of sepsis or who knows what. They put me on IV vancomycin and what is it? Attempted to say paprikacillin and tazobactrim or something like that.
Well, I didn't really understand much, but are you going to be okay?
I think so. I think antibiotics will do it.
Okay. That's what important.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry you're not well, Nadia.
Yeah. Well, the good news is it's not Ebola.
Am I the only one from
Africa? What
Africa?
you were saying about the superstitions surrounding it, and I heard a health worker being interviewed and was describing what it was like for someone living in a remote village in Africa, and people turn up in chemical biological suits and take away one of your relatives who's got a slight fever, and a couple of days later bring a body back. and it's no wonder suspicions grow up around this with a population that's not well educated, and these foreigners turn up speaking a foreign language, dressed in weird suits, and cart your relatives away. It's not surprising there's a lot of suspicion.
I spoke with an African, and he told me that normally people don't go to hospitals. The only reason why they would go to a hospital is because they suspect they're gonna die. So it's like for end of life purposes.
Right.
So that's what he was saying. So I found that very interesting. It's I guess it's a question of perspective.
Yes. The good news was they've eradicated it from, what was it, Nigeria today, they announced.
Yeah, Nigeria, yeah.
And they were praising the quick response there, and the length that they'd gone to round up, any potential infectees, if that's a word.
Mm. They were earlier. So if there's, country by country, people are getting it all lined up, well, why the big panic? Okay, how about Brahim?
Yes. Oi, yes. Sorry.
Since you actually live here, or live there, well, what's your perspective?
What? I didn't hear you. Repeat again. Can you please repeat?
Since you actually live on the continent, what's your perspective?
I don't know. Can I write? What's your perspective on the Ebola situation? Good answer. Okay. My perspective. We are in danger. Help us. That's
Sure,
my answer.
I guess I could go. I'll look at my calendar and I'll let you know.
Help us. The Pentagon has a quick strike rapid response team. The internet.
I'm free on Thursday, from Thursday to Saturday. I could help, I guess. How long does it take to fly there from Canada?
From about Thursday till Saturday.
I don't know what my wife will think.
I guess it does.
I wonder what my wife will think. I'm gonna go back home tonight and I'm gonna talk to my wife. Say, honey, I'm going to help the people in Africa with their Ebola problem. Gonna do my suitcase. Goodbye. That's it.
I thought it was a slow internet problem. See, Brahim says so, yes.
So the internet is slow. That I can help. That I can help. I can help with viruses, but only computer viruses, really, not real viruses, and slow internet and stuff like that.
Hey guys.
Lloyd here. Yay.
You're Still in the hospital?
Yeah, at least for probably another night overnight. But
Okay.
we were going on about how Ebola was overblown. The real problem in Africa is the internet is too slow. Or at least it's what Brahim was telling us.
I
Are
think
you
that
in?
I think that the real problem here and on this continent is that iPhone 6 Pluses bend too easily. That's like a huge problem here. I guess first world problem type of thing.
They banned them.
Yes, they.
Oh, they
If you
bend.
yes, they bend. If you sit
Right.
on them, they'll
Ah,
bend.
they destroy them
Yes, yes.
for
So
fun.
yeah, no, but people do destroy them for all sorts of reasons. For showing off
Yeah,
on the internet, for example.
Yes.
yeah. For YouTube, for money.
Yes,
All right, Flight.
get
What's
millions of
your
views.
definition of all the overdone media hype about Ebola? And I don't know. They've got some serial killer in Indiana. Why do they always come from Indiana anyway? From Charles Manson to Jim Jones to Michael Aleg, and now this guy. Serial killers are all from Indiana.
Well, there's so many news agencies and so many news programs and channels. Anything that's going to fill time, they're going to talk about. These primetime news channels they have on like Fox and MSNBC and so forth. What there are is a bunch of journalists interviewing other journalists.
Right.
I mean, the
Also, like
sensationalism.
Associated Press, was it Agence France or something like that, and Reuters, like the only three real agencies doing any journalism or whatever. Yeah. CNN's all recycled off AP or whatever.
Alex Kozlov.
There
Where are you from?
Steve.
there are Jews in Israel?
Are you from Israel?
No, no way, no way.
Jews.
Well, don't they say the Ebola virus is pretty much controlled at this point or in decline? I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Who's saying that?
Control. Yeah.
I don't know. It's in the news.
Nigeria and Senegal have like cleared it out. And everyone else is working on it. And
Well, let's hope they get it under control because it's a very nasty virus. I was looking at some scientific show on TV the other day. They were talking about it, and they were talking about the difficulties they had also to produce a vaccine. That's a slippery virus, very slippery, and very dangerous.
Yeah, it's
so
really dangerous.
maybe trying to hop up the meta level or whatever. You know, the big approach to this has been, oh, we're scared. We don't, just shut down the airports and don't let them in. Whatever. Nobody's worried that that people might actually be getting hurt or whatever by it, or alleviate their suffering. And the here and now is not so big a concern. And well, a couple of CNN clips that I saw on watching whatever, I saw that there was some church was adopting Ebola orphans because people who are too afraid of the disease, so they're, worried about the afterlife, and well, no matter how miserable with people dying of Ebola and stuff, in this life, just write it off.
Yeah, people talk about the afterlife when this life isn't working out for them.
That's so true.
Yeah, you betcha. Yes. That worked out for me, I tell you that. I think Steampunk Heretic might have already moved on.
No, I'm still here.
I'm thinking about it. A great way to make a lot of money now is open a site called ebolanews.com and post everything about Ebola
Well,
and make
somebody did
millions. And I think we should invest in future apocalyptic viruses and purchase the domain sites for the names. Like,
I heard about a guy who did exactly that,
We-
and he owns the domains to. He's got ebola.com. He's got H1N1. He's got a series of these websites that are all based on, rampant diseases. Or did I dream that? I'm sure I heard.
like ISISinamerica.com or something like that to predict the future.
But he obviously, what he does is he picks up the traffic and then sells the site. I think that's his idea, so that you can say it's a high traffic.
It's a really, really great idea.
He proposed using it as a predictive for terrorism. Well,
You're so broken. I really can't understand anything you're saying. You're so lagging.
Yeah, you're breaking up for me too.
Oh no!
Like really, really, really bad.
And I thought that was the internet in Africa.
Okay, a little bit of video.
Nadia,
Worst case.
right. Yvette.
Nadia first, yeah.
Yeah, Yvette. Nadia, Yvette.
If
It's
it,
coming through now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
Yes, Go Africa.
I think it's appropriate now to put in the background the song Africa by Toto.
that's a great song.
Yeah.
We can't buy things online in here. We can dominate online. I saw that you have dropped off by everybody. Who's atheism TV? What the?
I don't know what happened to my bandwidth.
We can't hear. You're lagging.
Stelter must be playing some game or something. Yeah, I've only gotten 2 bars on.
I can't watch a video.
Well, in the meantime, here's why I was saying Steampunk looked like he'd already passed on. That's, well, Skull and Bones and all that.
Don't worry, that's not actually me.
Okay. Yeah, they're saying Skull and Bones about the Virginia Tech student, but no, it's University of Virginia, UVA. It was found in a ditch or whatever. Yeah, Skull and Bones, skeletal man. Well, but the main thing is, yeah, this life isn't working out. Talk about the afterlife, and well, I guess when you don't have any actual reassurance to give, talk about the afterlife. Welcome, Dave.
Are we going to talk about eschatology and soteriology?
Yeah, there's a few different ways it goes, and they've got the dispensationalists and well, other crazy. Basically, everything but preterism is kind of like crazy. And then also the well, everything but annihilationists are basically pretty far out too, and
Yeah, well,
pretty much. Go ahead.
I think it's just, Christians just desperately trying to make sense of, all predictions that it didn't come out the way they thought it would.
Yeah, they were hoping for immortality and all that.
You have the last one of the last written books in the Bible. Is it 2 Peter? Saying, well, a thousand years to God is just one day. So at that point they're making excuses of why Christ didn't return. And then you have a point where preterism just pretty much just gives up and says, "Oh yeah, he came spiritually."
Yeah, it already happened.
We got a very similar problem here in Israel. Everyone is waiting for the Mashiach. It's like the prophet.
Alex,
Yes,
where are you from?
Israel.
Israel. Okay, continue.
Don't some Jews don't have any hope at all for a Messiah to come? Like they don't even think about it. It's not really.
No, everyone is still waiting for him to come on a white donkey and save us all. It's like everyone is waiting for Christ or for Allah or for the big war or something.
For
it's
what?
all the same.
But are they
For
actually?
white donkey?
Are everyone still waiting for a Davidic Messiah though?
Yes, and they got signs to know when it's close for him to come, and a lot of signs are kind of happening right now, but they also happened a lot of time in the past. So everyone is still waiting and hoping, and there are some groups within the Jewish culture, religion, which thinks the prophet have already comes. He did come, but in the form of a great rabbi they believe in, like the leader of their stream of Jewish religion. Like we got a group called the Chabad. They believe that their Rebbe called I really can't remember his name, but they believe he was the prophet and he already died like 50 years ago.
Yeah, there's Sabbathite Sabbi. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, so everyone, but the most of the Jews here in Israel are still waiting, and he thinks he will come soon. Like they say, the culture of the Jews will be very, very unholy and very, very primitive, and then there will come a great war. They call it the Gog and Magog war. And then the prophet will come and save us all, and this world will become the afterlife, the afterworld, like heaven.
God. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
wait back a little bit.
What is it? What about your religion, Alex? What is your religion?
I'm atheist.
Atheist. Okay.
Atheist. But
you don't believe in nothing? Nothing?
I don't know really. I don't think a lot about the subject. I used to be used to think like, is there a God? Is there something? But now I just settled on the opinion that I don't know, and I can't know, and it's kind of pointless to think about this subject because.
But you should do some research.
You can't do research
You
about
can't.
something.
You can stay lost like that. You don't feel lost or anything.
No, I don't. I just don't know, and I can't know. There is no way to know.
Yes, there is no way to know, but there is other ways to believe.
You know, believing is different from knowing. I can believe in fairies, I can believe in Santa Claus, but I can't know. You know.
Yeah.
So if I can know, then this subject is, for me anyway, pointless to think about. It's like, you know, you can debate about God and every other idea you got that you can prove, and it will be like pointless all the same. You know, if we can't know, let's just settle on the opinion that we can't know and don't know. But maybe in the future, in some generation, they will have the tools to figure out if there is some kind of divine supernatural being that controls the universe or something.
But you're atheist, okay? How the world, the planets are created? How?
I don't know.
Some examples. I don't know.
I mean, you got the whole astronomy. How do I say this in English?
The Big Bang Theory or something like that.
Yeah, I think they like the Big Bang Theory is pretty strong right now, but the origin of the Big Bang is like kind of a mystery right now.
Okay.
Like they got a few theories to suggest what did cause the Big Bang to rupture, to expand, but the Big Bang Theory is really strong right now. It got a lot of evidence for it.
And how human beings get to the earth?
I mean, you got the whole abiogenesis theory, like the primal soup, you know, that created the cell that can replicate itself, and then evolution started. There were cells that could protect themselves, like a little shell of water or something, you know. The whole evolution, like you like this subject, you know, like abiogenesis, evolution, biology. I mean, you could put it, the whole subject, like abiogenesis and evolution under biology.
Can they create humans?
I mean, from what? I mean,
I don't know from what.
Evolution, like? Can evolution create humans?
Can they?
Of course, it's a molecule span.
They can. I don't think that they can. I'm not religious. Is Ibrahim religious?
I mean, I don't see a reason why not. You know, from the only thing we are different from other animals is the fact that we got a large frontal cortex. That you know, we got this big brain, which makes us kind of different, but we're not. I mean, we still got the amygdala and the upper brain and the lower brain and the mammalian brain. You know, we're really not that different from animals. We're just more developed in the brain. I mean, we basically, like the other animals, we have almost the same organs. Like other animals, we are made from cells, from DNA. We got the same brain structure, but it's more developed, like from like monkeys in DNA tests. We were shown that we are very close to some animals like monkeys and pigs. Even 50% to cabbage.
Is that mean that humans were animals or monkeys before?
It's mean they developed from animals.
I don't know.
Yeah, we have common ancestors.
I don't think so. It's not mine.
I mean, you can think, you can not think, but there is evidence right now that you can't argue with. But in the end, it doesn't matter what you believe. It's like a lot of people deny evolution.
Deny the Big Bang theory?
Yes, a
I don't
lot.
think it. But she's Nadia.
Nadia is going, yes.
Is she in the hospital?
Yes, she is.
Oh, okay.
She tried to tell us what happened, but she was really, really broken and lagging. But she said she's okay and she's getting out tomorrow or after tomorrow.
She was eating.
What she was?
Eating.
Eating.
Yeah.
So, are you religious?
Yes, I'm religious.
It's okay. I mean, a lot of my friends.
I believe. Oh yes, I know. In Jerusalem, in Israel.
What you believe in?
There is a creator.
Like a Christian, Muslim, Jew.
Muslim.
Yes, Muslim.
Yes. Jew. What was your religion before?
My house is pretty clean from religion.
Write it. I don't. Can you write it for me?
I mean, I'm a Jew.
Yes.
Okay. But my house is clean of religion. We are. We don't have religion in our house. Like we don't practice anything. All of my family doesn't believe in God. Like some of them believe but don't practice anything, and some of them are even don't believe in anything, and some just believe in some higher power or some. It's not a subject we talk about in our family.
Yes.
That's common in Israel.
What?
Is that common position, do you think, in Israel?
In Israel, a lot of the people came from other countries. Like my family came from Ukraine, and we have a lot of people from Morocco, Egypt, Persia. It's and like the people that came from the USSR, like Russia and Ukraine, are very non-religious.
Compilation of people.
Right.
Yeah, and the one that came from North Africa, like Morocco and Egypt, and are very, very religious, much more than the one that came from Europe.
Are Jewish.
Yes, but all of us are Jewish, but very different people with a very different culture.
Which part in Israel do you live?
I live near the sea, somewhere in the south of Israel, like Tel Aviv. I think everyone knows it. Like it's in the center. So I'm
Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv, yes. So I'm like an hour drive to the south from Tel Aviv.
Okay.
And it's nice, we got in the most south and in the most north, we got like a lot of Arabs. You go there, and it's like Jewish and Arabs live together.
Yes.
It's so nice, like in cities like Haifa and Beersheba. But where I live, we don't have Arabs. It's just Jews.
Nice.
Yeah.
Alex, what's your name? Alex?
Yes, Alexander.
Kozlov.
Kozlov. I mean, it's a Russian name. It's a Russian name.
Yeah, it's Russian. Yes. Kozlov.
I mean, I also speak Russian, and my whole family came from Ukraine, so it's like we are Russians.
Yes, you're Russian. You're from Ukraine.
Yeah, and I mean they didn't really preserve almost anything from the Jewish culture. So how are we Jewish? Like
Ahoy.
only in our genes. Like I don't know, but it's the only thing that keep us in common here in Israel. Everyone are Jews.
They don't like. I don't have the question. I forget the question.
What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you also.
Oh, very good. You see, I'm look like I just came from Europe. So, as a Muslim, what is your take on the whole thing with ISIS now, trying to get control over what is it, Iraq and Syria?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Like, what is your take? What do you think about ISIS and everything that is happening with ISIS? I mean, as a Muslim, how do you feel about it?
Atheist?
Hmm?
About atheist people?
No, about you are as a Muslim. What do you think about ISIS and everything that is happening there, even the civil war in Syria? Like, how do you feel about it? Do you agree with them that they
About
should kill each other in the thousands and cut each other's head off? Like, do you think that's normal? Do you agree with it? Do you lie?
I don't. Well, of course, I don't agree with it. We don't. Islam is not about war, about killing other people. That's what the other things. It's about peace. But you can't say that what's happening in Syria is about. They are not real Muslims.
Oh.
They.
The argument, they are not real and they are not real, we are real, and they say you don't real, everyone is not real.
Yeah, like what's happening in Iraq.
Yeah, well, you know, I think each religion has a bunch of extremist crap in it. Rational people decide to ignore those parts.
I mean, kind of, but if you look in the Quran, doesn't it say to kill people?
Doesn't the Bible say to kill people?
Yes, it does.
So there you go.
Like, even in our Bible, it's like your Old Testament. It says kill people who work on the Sabbath, kill gays. Like, you know, everything the Christianity preach about, it kind of came from the Jews and they believe in it. But we don't kill everyone who work on the Sabbath.
About Jews, Christian, Muslims, other books, Bible and Torah, Quran. No Jew, Scotsman.
All of the religion. Like,
I'll find some crazy quotes from the New Testament if you give me a second.
I can find you some crazy quotes from the Torah if you want. Like, I even got a book right here. Just a second.
Which book?
Well, there's condoning of slavery, I think, in the New Testament.
Oh, you see? It's like...
It's just so...
It's a religious book, you see?
Can you... I can... Yes, we don't... I have the Quran with me.
Yeah. But it's not a Torah, it's like a book for praying to God. It's like have all the things you need to say in certain hours for praying right. Like in certain holidays you need to pray in a certain way.
Saturday,
Yes, Saturday in the morning, like Jews pray 3 times a day, and they put on their body like leather straps called tefillin, a leather strap on the head and a leather strap on the arm, and you need to strap it in a certain way. It's like
Yeah.
I can even show you. I got it in my room. Do you know what tefillin is?
Show me.
Just a second. You see? It's look like this. It's
Yes.
like the bag. It's like the bag. Just a second. Oh, here it is. You see? It's like leather straps. In this plastic container got some paper with religious quotes on it or something, and they put it around the arm. I used to do it when I was 16. I
How
kind
old
of
are you?
20.
I'm 22.
Yeah. So, when I was 16, 17, I kind of tried to learn religion. I was going two times a week for half a year in yeshiva. It's like where all the very religious people are learning and living. So I was going there and learning the Torah. To
So,
kind of understand what I'm denying as me
yeah.
being an atheist. So I wanted to know more about it.
But I know what atheists believe. Yeah. In what
What
do you
atheists
believe?
believe?
What? Oh, yes. Can't.
Believe in what?
You believe in what? In
In what I
nothing.
believe? In nothing.
Nothing.
I
You
mean,
just live like that.
Believe.
I think just it's not that I believe in nothing. It's that I just, as I said, I just don't know.
Belief
I
based
don't
on
know.
evidence.
Like,
Suspension of belief until justified, maybe.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, can I
there
ask a
could be.
question?
Oh.
How is it even possible to actually believe in nothing? I mean, literally believe in nothing at all. It's not possible.
Right.
It's
Like,
pretty.
like,
There's
what
no
do you
correct.
mean? What is believing in nothing? Like,
Yeah, that's just
Exactly. I mean, the statement makes no sense.
silly hypothetical. I mean,
yeah.
belief is
I mean,
required for identity and communication and everything.
yeah. I mean, he's asking if I believe in God and in supernatural. I mean, I say I don't think I don't know if it exists. And that's it. I
Yeah,
just don't know.
but you have to believe. That's why.
I mean,
I'm not asking you to believe right now, but
I can
I'm
tell
just.
you, I have a book about fairies, and you got to believe in the fairies.
No,
Just
no,
believe.
not about that.
Just
No,
believe.
that,
Just
that,
believe.
Are they
that,
listening?
that,
Sorry.
that,
Hold on.
Like,
that's the very not about. It's not the different things.
I mean, I don't see the difference. I mean, not Islam, not Jewish religion, not Christianity, not any religion is backed by any evidence. It's like a thing we got from primitive time that we can't get over it, and it's still in our culture. I mean, that's my view on religion. It's primitive. It's useless. I don't see the point of believing in any religion in the 21st century, where we got like science.
But are you convinced with the atheist? Is this? Let me.
I mean,
Is this it? Is this it for you, atheist?
you say atheist like it's some kind of religion or some
No.
way
No,
of
I'm just.
life.
We're just talking.
Like, is this it for me? I mean, I don't see anything else. Like,
Yes,
what could
I understand. Okay.
like?
There's the idea of God. What God is what you can equate God to reality, and the ancients just try to make sense of reality, and they anthropomorphized it into a person. I guess, you know, with modern days, with the increase of science, you know, God has turned more into a more abstract, transcendent concept. But I think the problem is you still have, you know, when you still have religions labeling it and putting limits on it. You know, if you say God is, for example, in Christianity, they say, you know, God is a loving Father, and Christ is the bridegroom of the church, and so forth. But once you do that, you then you now have a concept of what this God should be and only be. A loving Father should be a loving Father, but in reality, we don't see just love. We see, you know, the yin and the yang. We see good and evil, and sadness and happiness, and everything like that. So you have to account. You know, this God has to account for all those things. And you know, and this concepts that religion offered, I think, isn't really fitting anymore. I think the best you can say is God is everything. You know, there are verses in like the Old Testament that says, you know, He creates good. You know, He creates peace, and He creates evil. You know, He creates all these things. Well, I think that would make more sense if He's responsible for everything in the universe. Yeah, He's responsible for everything that goes on. But the minute you say, oh, He's a loving Father, or Christ is a good bridegroom, I think that's where you run into a lot of problems.
If I can cut in here, the belief in what God is like, or the personality of God, has changed all through the ages. In the 12th, 13th centuries, at least in Europe, it was the lovey-dovey kind of a God, and then you had the Black Death, and then it was a big vengeance God. The definition, the whole personality of God, the whole way people have understood God has changed, and it really has depended on the general situation that people were in.
Okay. Means like all of this debate about God is like, I don't know, just pointless. We could debate about more interesting things, subjects, topics.
Yeah, I mean, God showing up, it should be like the Mashiach showing up. You know, if the Jewish Messiah actually showed up, no one's going to debate it. You know, people shouldn't be debating whether Jesus or Sabbathite Sabi or so forth was Messiah. Messiah is supposed to, you know, do certain things. And, you know, like no one questions, Obama is the president of the United States. You know, you could not like it, you could love it, or you could doubt it, or you could do whatever. But the truth is, he's sitting in the White House, and no one else is. So it should be the same way with you know, the Messiah or God or so forth. No one should. We shouldn't be debating it. It should be an obvious thing.
By the way, do you got a date, like an year when Jesus should come, or when?
No. We are Muslims. Muslims are believe that Jesus will come too.
You know, by the Jewish religion, we got our own calendar, which is like not like in the Christian calendar. Now it's 2014, but in the Jewish, it's 5,700 and something, 775 or 76. And they believe that the Messiah should come in the year 6,000. Like until that year, and if we get to the year 6,000 and he didn't come, then it means the religion isn't true. So we got like 220 something years to figure it out.
500.
You know, we can wait. We got a lot of time. But something that Jews do a lot, it's like they find different meanings to verses in the Bible. Like they read it in one way and they understand it in another. So they say God meant this thing insisting, and God didn't want you to do this, and like every rabbi got the power to change the Torah by his will, and all of his followers will believe him and do what he says. It's like
Where are you from, Alex?
from Israel.
Iceland? Is that what you
Israel.
said? Israel. Oh, there's your accent sounds similar to a well-known chess
Russian.
player I know of.
Russian.
No, this guy's last name is Hartsvi, something like that. Hartsvi, but I don't know.
Tzvi sounds kind of Jewish. Like Tzvi
Yeah.
Tzvi is a last name here in Israel.
Is it a last name or no?
Yes, it is. Tzvi.
Okay,
But
okay.
Tzvi, I don't know.
So maybe.
Like
Anyway.
I think my accent is kind of a mix between Russian and Hebrew because I'm
Hebrew.
like
Hebrew. Yeah, yeah.
Hebrew.
Oh, okay.
Hebrew.
You play chess?
Shalom. Is that's it. Shalom. I don't.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. Yeah.
Like bar mitzvah, bar mitzvah.
Oh, so hoy.
So where are you from, Brahim?
I am from Africa.
Africa. Wow, that's a big, wide open area. Are you from Uganda?
No, north of Africa.
North Africa.
Algeria.
Okay. All right.
You're from Nigeria?
Yes.
Is it far from Sudan?
No.
No.
It's
You know, we
between
got.
Tunisia and Morocco. It's in the middle.
You know,
Dang.
The biggest country in Africa.
Are you in the middle of a war zone right now?
No, it's peaceful in here.
There's a lot of conflict going on somewhere, like with Morocco or something.
No,
You know,
in Tunisia, yes.
There was a big civil war in Sudan, right?
Yes.
Well, there was something about the French. There was a conflict a while back, like a few years back.
In Algeria?
Some French forces or something. I don't know if it was Algeria. I mean, I'm thinking Morocco
in
or
Algeria.
something.
In Algeria since 1080, 30, like that. And till 1062.
So, do you know we got like 50,000 students here in Israel?
Really?
Yes, a lot of Sudan, yes. And actually some of them are my friends. I work with them in the same supermarket.
Huh.
Yes.
What happened, there was a civil war in Sudan, and then they ran away to Egypt, and then to Sinai, and then to Israel. Like from Gaza, they went to Israel, and they live here, but they are not citizens. They are like the refugees. That's the name. I don't know how to translate it to English. But they stay here, and the government of Israel don't know what to do with them. They have total control. They're like a lot of students live in a certain place in Tel Aviv, in the south of Tel Aviv. Like a full region. We call it the Little Africa, because when you go there, there are no white people, only Sudan. People from Sudan.
Yeah, Sudan, Africa. We are afraid of Ebola. Yes, because there's a common African Cup in 2015. So they are in Morocco, and we are close to Morocco. I'm in the borders of Morocco. I live. How can I say that?
Saint Hebrew, I will understand.
Yeah, we're near to Morocco. I live near to Morocco, so there will be a cup right there. In the we talk French, so it's very hard to speak English.
Oh, you talk French?
Yes, I talk 3 languages.
3 languages. What are they?
Arabic and French and English and some Spanish.
Je ne comprends pas.
Moi aussi.
It's like it's so tempting to say something in Russian. لا пошел нахуй.
Voici
Пожалуйста. Пожалуйста.
Сухой.
Хорошо.
Хорошо.
I got a few words.
Хорошо, блядь, иди сюда.
Yeah.
Да.
I know like
Yeah, I love
5
it.
words.
In Russian. Yeah, I also talk 3 languages. I talk in
Mm.
Hebrew, Russian, and
Coffee.
English.
Coffee.
Oh.
Coffee с молоком.
יפה, יפה. Very nice.
Those are like, I only know a few things. So.
Yeah, that's nice. Where are you from?
Where am I from? U.S. I'm in Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio. I know Ohio. Never been there before.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
North Ohio? South?
Never been there before.
Oh, you've
I'm
never?
from
I thought you
Africa.
said you have.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to get out of Africa, you know.
Right, yeah, I've never been there.
Yes.
I went, the farthest east I ever went was Northern Ireland. No, I went to England. I went to England to, what's that airport? Heathrow. London Heathrow Airport. That's where I went there once. I stayed in Northern Ireland for...
In England?
Yeah, I landed in London Heathrow Airport, and then I went to Northern Ireland, and I stayed there for a semester. I was studying.
What?
I was studying peace and conflict studies. You know, because all of the conflicts that used to happen because of the Protestant Catholic thing. I'm sure the Israel guy knows what I'm talking about with Palestine.
Oh
situation.
yeah.
Yeah. Alex, what do you think about Palestine people?
I think it's a very, very complicated situation. I mean, I just talked about it not so long time ago with a guy who was here. His name was Binyamin or Netanel, I think.
Who's Binyamin?
I don't remember, but he was Jewish. But he
by his name, he's Jewish. Yes.
Yeah, he lives in the north of Israel, but he's been in Israel only for 2 years. And we talked about the situation. So I mean, it's a situation where you can't do anything really because like there is no way to solve it. Like you can't have peace with Palestine, with the Palestinians, but Hamas, the terror organization that is attacking Israel, so we can't have peace with him. Okay, and there was a democratic election in Gaza, and they chose Hamas to lead Gaza because they believed that he will set them free with fighting with Israel. And there was a lot of the population in Gaza supporting Hamas. So how are you going to make peace? And it's only in Gaza. We got like Palestinians inside Israel, Palestinians in the north of Israel, and Palestinians in Gaza. How do you go in to make peace with all of them? You can't. You just can't. It's too many different groups. One group want the destruction of Israel, no negotiation. One group wants negotiations and peace, but for certain areas to be theirs.
So there's so many groups.
Yes, so how are you going to make peace with them? You know, it's like the only idea I suggested was to separate Gaza from Israel and make it its own state. Okay, so when they are attacking Israel, so Israel will have some kind of legitimation to attack back and protect itself, because a big thing that happened in the last operation, in Tzuk Eitan, that everyone in the whole world were talking about.
Yes.
It's like Hamas kidnapped 3 Jewish children from it's like near Jerusalem. Okay, it kidnapped them and killed them. Okay, and for like 2 or 3 weeks, a lot of it's like a big force from the army were looking for them in like the Arabic cities in Israel until they found them, and then I think Israel retaliated back, or something like that.
Yeah,
And
they killed 4 children at the beach.
I don't know, but
They killed many. That's what I saw in the news. They killed other children on the beach. They were playing.
no, come on,
Isn't there corruption just about everywhere? Isn't the Israeli army pretty bad too, though?
Yes. What about
corruption? I mean,
that?
like
A
in the last operation in Gaza, they killed like 1,000 or 1,500 civilians that had nothing to do with Hamas. But I mean, you got Hamas is really bullying people.
But the Hamas. You're talking about Hamas. But they kill innocent. But the Israel kill the innocent people in near Palestine. They don't attack Hamas or I don't know. They just attack hospitals and that we saw in the news.
You know, but Hamas is inside the city, inside the people. How are you going to defend yourself against Hamas if you can't attack Hamas? Because
so they kill the people. They kill the people.
They're really trying to aim at Hamas, but it's problem when Hamas is inside the population. It's like Hamas had factories of rockets inside schools, inside hospitals, because they knew that Israel is not going to attack those places. So they basically took those places like hostage and make weapons inside them to attack Israel. So Israel can't attack back. Okay? And one big thing that was in this operation is like the tunnels that Hamas was digging.
Yeah, there's tunnels, yes.
Yeah, under the border and inside Israel to send terrorists with weapons inside villages of Israeli and kill as most people as they can. And they tried it a couple of times, and the Air Force of Israel spotted them and killed them immediately. Some of them survived. And that's why I say it's complicated, because Hamas is inside the people. So you can't deal with Hamas without dealing also with the people. And Hamas, they were destructing houses of where the leaders of Hamas lived. You probably heard about it. And they sent like a warning to that building, like a building of 3 stories maybe, to everyone to get outside. Okay, because this building is going to get destroyed in a couple of minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, I don't know. But what Hamas did is as the people, the civilians that were living inside the house who tried to get away, Hamas were beating them and sending them inside the building again to get killed. You probably did you heard about this in the news? Did it show you the footage from Gaza? How they did you hear about the protest?
I saw some videos, yes.
Yeah, there was a protest in Gaza. It were like 20 Palestinians got outside in the street and they did a protest against Hamas, and Hamas came and killed them. 20 Palestinians.
I didn't hear about that.
So how do you deal with this situation without killing any civilians? I mean, even now in the operation.
What about now? What is going on out there?
Now it's completely quiet.
Yes. So they have a deal or something like that?
We can't really have a permanent deal. It always like every year they make an operation for like a month and then they stop, and like they wait another year and another operation. They can't deal with the situation. It's like every time they attack, we attack. It's not going anywhere. But there was a lot of buzz about Israel also killing civilians, like civilians got killed in Gaza. But
half of it's propaganda on both sides. It's all propaganda.
Yeah. But now USA attacked in Iraq, right? To try to deal with ISIS.
Yeah, some airstrikes and stuff.
Yeah, and civilians were killed.
They're always killed. Yes. I mean, it's an airstrike.
Yeah, Yeah, and anon hear the whole world screaming about USA and getting out to the streets with like big signs that say, you USA, murders, you kill civilians.
Well,
But
they
when,
do.
like, and when Israel does it, it's like the whole world is like jumping, getting up from the seats with the signs, Israel, Israel, Israel. It's like, are we so important? Like, there were how many deaths in Syria? Like 150,000 now in the civil war in Syria. Does someone talk about it?
Well, people
Does
can't
it
be.
interest someone?
Yeah, they talk about it sometimes.
We've only got such small brains, and we can only hold so much drama at one time. Right now in the U.S., we're worried about cops shooting people because they're a different color. Like that's the thing we're worried about right now. You know what I'm saying? And Ebola.
So, how many cops killed the people who have a different skin color?
It's not as dramatic as you might think. People get all up in arms, just like, oh, Israel's so evil because they killed some civilians. Well, they're like, oh, the cops are so racist because they killed a black guy who had a gun in his hand.
I'm from Africa. That was so racist.
Oh, yeah.
I was just kidding.
So, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to be dramatic about one thing at a time. So, yeah, I'm sure they'll get around to calling America evil again. They usually do.
Yeah, but the only thing that we like, you got your own panic. We got our own things that we talk about it in every media, in every site, in every news article. Like the strongest thing right now, and always will be, and always is. It's like corruption from the politicians, or everyone is always talking about it. And there was a group of Israelis that went hiking in the mountains, like in Europe or somewhere. I don't even know.
I think Evidence wants to talk. He said something like, "There might be people who want to talk." Okay, talk.
Yeah,
what do you want to say?
Talk, of course. I'm just talking because no one else is talking, so you can talk.
Evidence for you. Talk.
Well, not me, but it might be other ones.
Anybody else? Anybody who hasn't talked yet want to say something?
It's from Britain.
There has to be a topic so we can.
Yeah, a topic. Ebola. Okay.
What we got?
Yeah, we're in danger. Help us, please.
I'll just mute my mic for a second and see if somebody else wants to talk.
So we were talking about the Ebola again?
No.
Ebola is a pretty bad thing.
It's very lethal. It's a virus. Did you know it's a virus?
Yes.
Oh my God, it's a virus.
But
Big Bang, help us.
American football.
Yeah, let's go.
Anyway.
Evidence for you?
My mic works. Good.
Evidence for you. Where are you from?
Sweden.
Where?
Sweden.
Sweden.
We don't have polar bears in the streets.
You guys just have, I don't know, Swedish fish?
Well,
Swedish meatballs, there we go.
Yeah, Swedish meatballs we have. We have a smorgasbord.
Yeah, but you have very, very beautiful boats.
That has the fish.
You have Zlatan.
Yeah.
Zlatan.
Yeah, we have Zlatan. We do have too.
And laundries are big in Sweden, I hear.
Where are you from?
Sorry?
Laundry is big in Sweden, I hear.
Laundries are big in Sweden?
Yeah, you have to book your laundry time.
Yeah. Okay.
This is an excuse for anything that you don't want to do. Is that
if
your laundry time booked.
Yeah, if you live in a compartment, and you don't have what do you call it, a washing machine or whatever, then you can book to do your laundry there. But most people have those machines in the house. So
Right.
true though, nice reflection.
I mean, like,
I have a good friend who lives in Sweden.
I heard
Yeah.
Sweden's like a utopia or something.
isn't most of the people got a washing machine in the house in Sweden?
Well, according to my friend,
Yeah.
the whole laundry thing is quite common. And as I say, it's become a sort of popular culture excuse to not do stuff that you don't want to do, you know? You say you've got your laundry time booked. I know she uses it a lot.
The first laundry machine came in the 60s, I believe, 50s or 60s. So it's like a long time ago.
I like your Alex Gray imagery there. It's pretty sweet.
They have PewDiePie in Sweden.
They have
PewDiePie.
PewDiePie.
I don't subscribe to the idiot, but yeah, sure, he is famous and he makes a lot million.
31 million subscribers in YouTube.
It's unbelievable, actually. I personally think there are more important topics or channels on YouTube, but okay, he plays video games and he's a millionaire. Okay.
Sucker born every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to make money? Just do what the idiots want you to do.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, you can't make money in Africa. That's the problem.
You know, I am actually watching gameplays. Been watching for a lot of time, and what he's doing is just a joke. You know, it's so. It's for little children, if you can say. It's idiotic. It's not mature. You got people who do let's play like older, mature, intelligent. You know, people who do let's plays, and they're very polite. They do it in a very, intelligent way. So you can choose what you want to see.
Yeah, that's he have his own way to entertain other people. That's my opinion.
Yeah, he is making videos for the masses, and the masses of YouTube are like those trolls. You know what's popular on YouTube? Only the idiotic videos. There's nothing really interesting on the most popular videos in YouTube.
All you gotta do is type a letter, and then it'll like fill it in for you. It'll autocorrect, and it'll tell you what's most popular. You know what I'm talking about? Like if you type E, it'll be Eminem.
No, it will be Ebola.
Ebola.
Autofill, I think it's called.
You can't beat Russian driving videos when you're a little bored.
Oh yeah. Tried the insurance scam people trying to jump out in front of cars.
I've heard there's no cockroach in Sweden.
Oh really?
Yeah. We don't have cockroaches. Probably not.
That's what I heard.
Last apartment I lived in had a lot.
Can give you some from Africa.
You got the giant hissing ones over there, right?
Yeah.
Brahim.
Yeah, wait.
Scorpions.
And it's pretty hot in here.
Yeah, it was well shit, I don't know what it is in Celsius, but 50 degrees Fahrenheit today. Kind of cold. I don't know what it is in Celsius. Probably 20 or something, I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's kind of cold.
One thing that is cool, that is fun with Sweden is that we actually do have the four seasons, like spring, autumn, winter, summer.
Yeah.
Many
It's like that in Ohio.
just have okay, you have summer, but it's still 25 degrees Celsius, so it's hot,
It got up to about
good with the swing. When we have winter, we long for summer. When we have summer, we long for winter.
Brahim,
We have,
Israel, you know,
we have in Africa we have only winter and summer. We don't have spring or autumn. Yeah.
In Israel, we have only summer and summer.
In the
This is
UK,
what our
we
leaf
have
looks like.
winter,
It
and
looks
then we
like
have one
when it falls.
weekend of summer, and that's about it.
This is a leaf that fell out of a tree.
Autumn leaf.
Look at that.
كلهم باليوم 33.
مالها المايك تاعك؟
It's quite expensive though, because in the winter we have to have all the heaters on. That's expensive, and we have to have special tires for our vehicles, and and have special winter clothes, and we have special autumn clothes, special summer clothes, and so on. So
You don't have all this stuff in Nigeria.
no.
In Africa, you don't have all this
I'm
stuff.
not sure, but in Africa you can pretty long get along with shorts any time of the year.
You have only to worry about ebola. That's all.
Well, yeah,
that's
another issue, but
yeah.
I thought.
Well, there was somebody with Ebola in Ohio.
Barack Obama said that that people shouldn't be so scared of Ebola, or they create Ebola.
You gotta keep it.
In Africa, we should be afraid of.
You gotta keep the idiot masses calm. You don't want people rioting. That's why he said it.
It seems like Brimo DJ wants to talk. Brimo DJ.
Like,
I'm not a moderator, so.
Can you imagine like thousands of people going out to the street and making a riot against Ebola? Say no to Ebola! Say no to Ebola!
Say no to Ebola! How?
I don't know, just say no.
Say no! Help people in Africa. Please.
No, I don't want Ebola, thank you.
I'm not sure how it works, but if there isn't a cure, I think it's quite serious. So.
Yes. About all the waste, all the iPhone 6 Plus, like the other Dave. I don't know his name. Like he said, they banned clones.
And it disappeared.
They're working on an Ebola vaccine, but it won't be out until at least 2017, I think.
5 years, okay.
Too much.
Like 2 or 3 years. They're because they gotta test it and make sure it doesn't hurt people and stuff.
Yeah, sure. Mice and rabbits first. At least it isn't airborne, right?
Well, yeah, theoretically, I mean it's not airborne, but if somebody spits in your mouth, you'll get it.
Yeah, that don't happen that often. Luckily.
Right. Right.
Right.
What did you say?
Yes, I'm talking to my friend. I'm African.
I have an invisible friend. Me too.
Yeah.
Like, is there a chance that Ebola will get airborne? Like, it could happen, but...
No, I heard some experts say it's highly unlikely. It's never happened before. Mm-hmm. So
I've heard that some other countries are trying some diseases in African people because they are so poor. So let's try it on them. Okay, let's go.
Well, there's this thing called ethics,
Any way to direct the conversation to another line or whatever you call it. I noticed that Nadia is sleeping. She's a good friend of mine, but I have no idea why she's in the hospital. Do you guys?
Mysterious illness? I don't know. I think that's what she told me.
Okay, she doesn't want to talk about it. Okay.
She looked pretty bad a couple days ago.
She looked pale.
Oh, she's waking up. I don't know.
Yeah.
She did say she expected to be out tomorrow.
Well,
so that sounds
she's from USA.
Yeah, California.
California.
I
Okay.
think San Diego, maybe. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for it though. I've heard that
Talk, Brimo. Sorry,
that
Brimo is freaking out.
hospitals are quite expensive in the States.
So who lives in Africa? Brimo.
Me.
Oh, there you are.
Yes, he is too.
Hey, you wanted to talk, so
He wants to talk.
have at it.
He can. He can.
Tell us about yourself.
So Sleepy.
Oh, tell him with the mic.
Yeah. Well, what's your name?
I think the screen name is Sleepy Eye Guy.
Sleepy Eye Guy.
Yeah.
Full name. You are from
So I
Ohio?
drink coffee.
What time is it in Ohio?
It's 5:52 p.m. 17:52.
Yes, p.m. It's 10 p.m. 52.
Aha. Okay. So you're essentially Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So you are in you travel to New Ireland?
I went to Northern Ireland for a
Northern
semester to study.
Yes.
I've never been farther east than freaking England.
Yes, in London airport.
Right. So
I've never been out of Africa before.
farthest west I've gone is Texas.
Texas, yes,
Yeah.
West cowboy.
Yeehaw.
Yeah. Where's Alex?
I ain't no redneck. Don't you know? Don't you know there? That's my northern accent. Get in the car.
God damn.
Bastard.
You bastard.
Brian. Family, meet women.
Brian.
What?
Axel?
What?
Normal?
لا.
على
ما مش عارف جزء بقى. نسمع شارك تسمع مش أنا نفسه بزاف.
ها؟
Sleepy Eye Guy. We are speaking
in Arab.
in Arabic. Thank you, Alex.
Dark.
Huh?
Oh, wait.
الو شكرا كيف حالك؟
How's Nadia doing? She's sleeping. She's asleep. Hey, Nadia.
I guess I'm goodbye.
Brian.
Oh.
Come on, don't make fun of Nadia.
No, I'm not making fun of Nadia. I'm asking about her.
Brimo says this is Ebola.
Oh, what is that, Brimo? Is that your phone?
Hi.
Ah, he's bending his phone. Okay.
Daniel has unique perspectives too.
Oh. I talked about him before. He's the guy. He's to blame. He's the Jew.
I'm the guy.
He's the Jew.
I'm an atheist.
Jew.
Jews.
I know, right?
Says the guy from Israel.
I'm in Israel too.
Oh, really?
I'm in Israel as well, yeah.
How we doing?
Yeah, I talked about you like half an hour ago.
Oh well, I'm glad to be a topic of conversation.
Yeah, because we talked about the situation with Hamas and Gaza, and we talked about it. You remember?
Yeah, of course.
We got somebody from Tunisia here.
Yeah.
From Israel.
Yeah.
But he keeps saying he's from Africa. I'll just keep saying I'm from North America.
Yeah. What? I'm from Africa.
I'm from North America.
I'm from North of Africa.
And from Europe.
Mother Africa.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Same-sex marriages are starting in Wyoming tomorrow.
Is Europe
Hi,
Asia?
Nadia.
Or not Europe? I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Is Israel Asia, or is that?
Yeah,
It's
I think
actually it's a land bridge between Africa and Asia and Europe.
Well, I'll be darned.
like, this bridge is in Turkey, נכון? Right, it's in Turkey, but I don't know if Israel is a part of it. It's like
Well, geographically speaking, it's a land bridge between 3 continents.
Well, it's got to be part of one of them.
Well, that's the thing. Actually, it's if you're talking politically, then it's a very hard definition. If you're talking geographically, then it's just a land bridge. You can say it's one of 3.
Right, yeah, it's like people
I've
don't
always
call
thought it
Russians Asian, even though they're obviously part of the continent of Asia.
Well, again, it's a political question, less a geographic one. But in the UN, Israel doesn't sit with other Asian countries, even though it could. There's a whole bunch of really weird rules proclaiming what it is and what it isn't because of political interests. So. And I'm not aware of most of them, frankly. It's just bureaucratic, political crap. But yeah, in terms of just geography, yeah, it's a land bridge. So Egypt is actually Africa, and
yes, Egypt is African.
right, and Jordan would be part of Asia technically. And Syria and Lebanon border. Syria and Lebanon border European.
Africa. Really?
So,
yes.
Yeah, they border European landmass, so it's a land bridge between all 3 continents. So it's really up to you to decide where it technically is. But since it's right in the center, it's kind of a silly question in a sense. Although, I mean, it's not a silly question, but it's kind of a moot point, really. In fact, I think it has more climates per land area than any other country that there is, because it's a tiny country, but I think there are 7 basic biomes to Israel because the elevation changes so drastically from the south to the north in such a short span of time. So it basically has 7 different environments, technically speaking, that can be studied in a very small amount of space. And you learn all this when you go to college, and then you kind of forget about most of it.
We learned this school in Africa.
Yeah. It's I mean, it would be.
Well, you live in Israel, or?
I'm living in Israel. I'm living in the north, in Haifa.
And you are from?
I'm from all over the place. I was born in the States. I grew up in Europe.
Your accent looks so.
Yeah, but I also speak fluent French. I am French. I am American, and I'm Israeli. I also grew up in Belgium and the United Kingdom. I have lived all over the place, really. In America, I've lived in, I think, 9 states or something, and I went to college in Washington, D.C., and I worked in France, and heck, I even worked for a month and a half in Shanghai. So yeah.
Yeah, I was born and raised in Africa.
Oh, where in Africa?
in Algeria. Why don't you talk?
So you should speak French.
Later, yes.
Okay, I speak French.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Ouais, on va pas commencer à parler maintenant, hein, dit. C'est pas comme ça qu'on le fait.
And I already lost him.
Yeah, I speak fluent French.
Qu'est-ce que
And
tu dis?
I speak even with a Belgian accent, and I say things in Belgian. I say 70 and 90 instead of 70 and 90 and all that stuff. It's a very regional thing. And I lived in the Alps, so I lived literally in France. I lived in Albertville, right on the border between Italy and Switzerland. So I used to drive in Italy and Switzerland all the time. And a lot of my family lives in Italy, so when I was growing up in Belgium, we'd go and visit family in Italy all the time, at least every summer. And I've been to Greece. Yeah, I've been all over, man. I'm a hodgepodge. Yes, absolutely. It serves me absolutely no good whatsoever, except to wow people in Hangouts. There you go. Has no practical value in any way whatsoever. Sometimes it's nice on a date. That's about it. Yeah.
About eschatology, I was going to ask, where does that red heifer show up? I heard there's a red heifer. Yeah, I'm really fat, so
there's every few years there's stories of a red heifer being born, and you know that's a big deal to ultra-Orthodox people. I couldn't care less, obviously, but
I'll pause on
but yeah, you know, there are stories every few years of a red heifer being born. I'm not sure if it's true or not, if it's confirmed or what have you, or if it actually has happened or not. I think they have criteria for it as well. So it's not just that it's red, but they have other criteria. You know, you can look it up in the Bible. Yeah, I hear it every few years. But actually, Wikipedia has a good article on here. If you just look up red heifer on Wikipedia, it will tell you a whole bunch of stuff, like what the requirements are, etc. Because obviously it's a documented thing that they, you know, for some reason it's lagging. But yeah, there you go. Maybe God's angry or something because I dismissed his red heifer as a sign. There we go. Try Google. There we go. Yeah, Wikipedia. There we go. So it's known as the red cow. It was a sacrifice in the Hebrew Bible, the ashes of which were used for the ritual purification of an ancient Israelite who had come into contact with a corpse.
Why'd you mute him? Steampunk!
Yeah?
Stop muting people!
Sorry, I
I
don't
was
know.
muted?
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry.
I didn't notice. I was looking in the... yeah, so if you look on Wikipedia, it gives a little bit of it. I thought it had an article. Maybe they moved it or something. Here we go. Temple Institute. The Temple Institute, an organization dedicated to preparing the reconstruction of the Third Temple in Jerusalem, has been attempting to identify red heifer candidates consistent with the requirements of Numbers 19:1 through 22 and Mishnah Tractate Para. In recent years, the Institute thought to have identified two candidates, one in 1997 and another in 2002. The Temple Institute has initially declared both kosher, but later found each to be unsuitable. During a March 2010 radio interview, a Temple Institute representative claimed that there is now definitely a kosher red heifer here in Israel. So there you go. The Messiah is coming soon. We're all going to be saved. Hooray.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yay!
Or at least it'll make a very tasty steak.
Yeah, but they wouldn't do that. See, when you sacrificed on the altar, you burned it. So, I mean, you burned your sacrifice to ashes. That was what the altar was for. You didn't sacrifice it and leave it there or cut it up for steak. You actually burned it to a crisp.
Wouldn't be a sacrifice if it nourished you.
Yeah, well, it depends. The Aztecs would eat their sacrifices, mostly people.
Okay.
The sacrifice in a Jewish religion.
During the temple times, yes, but not since 70 AD, since the temple was destroyed by the Romans.
Okay,
there has not been sacrifices in Judaism since 70 AD.
In Judaism.
Yeah, no, there can't be because there's no temple. In Judaism, the temple was for sacrifices. That was the whole point. So you'd go
Silly
to temple
rituals.
to. Yeah, but see, so there hasn't been one in almost 2,000 years. And let's face it, there's not likely to be one ever again. But, you know, some people can still dream.
What about Solomon skeleton?
What about what?
Solomon.
Solomon was in the temple days before the Romans came.
Skeleton. I heard there is a research about his skeleton.
I don't think anybody knows where Solomon is buried. I don't think they even know if he was a real person. You would have to prove that, and let's face it, archaeologically speaking, that would be exceedingly hard. Unless you found a tomb with a skeleton inside and, you know, paraphernalia that has his name, that says, this sarcophagus, or has his name on the sarcophagus saying Solomon, or has maybe a signet ring of Solomon or something. We have a fair idea of what his signet would have looked like. Then outside of that, nobody could ever say if it was Solomon or not. I mean, you can't, there's so many graves found. How are you going to find? Of course, if he was, he was a king, so obviously the grave layout would be different, and the artifacts found around the grave would be different. But it's exceedingly unlikely because, according to Jewish tradition, actually, most until later, not later years, but until a certain point, Jewish tradition and still today says you have to be buried without a sarcophagus in the ground, au naturel, if you will. So all that's left are bones, nothing else. Of course, kings and very important people did actually sometimes skirt those rules. It varied from period to period, but let's just face it, it would be exceedingly unlikely to ever find something like that. It's not like people aren't looking, but it's just it's almost impossible. Plus the fact that
I think it's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, it's impossible. It's as impossible to find the tomb of Jesus. Okay. No, I mean, I know people believe that it was found there, so that's the Holy Sepulchre. But and I was just there 3 weeks ago or a month ago, I can't remember. But yeah, let's face it, you're making half the stuff up if you're going to be claiming that, unless you find something that literally puts his name on the map. It's just not going to happen. Same for David, same for any, prophet, etc. Yeah.
Other prophets.
Yeah.
So you know some prophets.
Of course, I know. Yeah. I've read the Bible. I've read the Quran. I've read the Bhagavad Gita. I've read the Mahabharata. Parts of it. I was talking about that earlier today.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I've read the Old and New Testament, but I take a realistic view, probably because I studied history and archaeology in part, and just because I think I know too much about human history to believe that any of it was actually supernaturally real. Yeah, but I don't think anybody has found Solomon, and if they claim that they have, they're going to have a hell of a lot of proving to do for me to, or for any person of rational intellect or professional archaeologist to say that this is true.
Yes. Even evidence for you. Are you easy?
What?
No, I'm talking about this Swedish guy.
Brimo.
Evidence. No, evidence for you. His name is Evidence for You.
Okay.
Oh, what's wrong with Brimo? Yes, Brimo. You want to talk about something?
Well, to answer you, Brimo, yes, I have. Every religion is different. No religion is the same. Even the different sects between religions are different. I judge all of them equally, but I come to very different conclusions on every single one.
So you are atheist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, since?
Again, I've read the Quran, and I'm answering Brima. I've read the Quran, and yes, I came to very different conclusions about the Quran than I do from the Bible or the New Testament or the Bhagavad Gita or even. Huh?
Yes, continue. Bhagavad what?
The Bhagavad Gita. It's the story. It's the story of the Hindus. Well, the Mahabharata is really the Hindu narrative, but the Bhagavad Gita is part of the Mahabharata.
Okay. So.
The Bible doesn't have many Bibles, really. It has the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Yes, New Testament. Yohanna. Yes.
See you, Alex.
Okay, Alex. Bye. Till next time.
I come to very different conclusions. Who is Brimo? I don't.
Brimo? Where is he? Yes.
There we go. Oh, he's a Swedish guy. Okay.
No.
Why is he not talking anymore? Weren't you talking earlier?
Who besides me are Swedish?
Oh, I thought Brimo was Swedish.
No.
Okay.
Evidence for you is Swedish.
WTF? Tutankhamun died of incest. I'm sorry, just reading from a Swedish article.
Where do you live in Sweden?
A town called Linköping.
Okay, one of my best friends online is from Umeå. And
is from
Umeå.
Umeå. Are you talking about Umeå?
Yes, there you go.
That's
I try not to put on the accent if I'm.
Umeå. That's really high up. It's so much Russia.
I know. She also speaks Finnish fluently.
Yeah.
And
talk about women all the time.
Yeah.
Umeå. Yeah.
Her family, half of her family's from Finland and half is from Sweden. She lives in. Yeah. She lives near the university there, so.
Yeah.
I speak to her almost every night. Actually, I've known her for 8 years online, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And she loves polar bears.
Well, she lives on the wrong
No,
Wrong
yeah,
pole.
no, it's not that far from Svalbard. You could, well, it's a little far, I guess. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. I love polar bears, so
Me too.
yeah, I try to promote Polar Bears International, and I donate to them, etc.
I
For
think
good
polar
people.
bears are the largest.
They are. Yeah,
What
absolutely.
do you call what do you call animals who eat only meat? Carnivores?
Yeah, carnivores. They're the largest land carnivore in the world, and
Yeah.
they all have other amazing facts about them.
Yeah.
They're actually in Latin they're called sea bears. They're Ursus maritimus, which is a sea bear, because they are 50% aquatic. In fact, they even have webbed paws to swim better. They're amazing creatures, frankly.
They swim good and they can stay underwater for a very long time. So.
Yeah. They're 50% of the time they're in the water.
Yeah. And they're huge. I mean.
Yeah.
A tiger or a lion, it's big, but a polar bear is huge.
Absolutely.
You're talking about a full-grown male, so.
Yeah. But they're wonderful. They're wonderful creatures.
Beautiful.
So yeah. So I promote anytime I can. I promote polar bear awareness. That's what I like to do with my spare time. Sometimes. Yeah. There you go. So
you have to wonder though how after the Noah's flood 4,400 years ago, how the polar survived all the way to down there. So.
Well, there was no flood, and it's just a story.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a fable. There's, Pandora didn't open a box with all the troubles of the world either. It's also just a story. And I mean, Hercules didn't actually kill, a man-eating stallion, and he didn't have a stables to clean for 1,200 years. I mean, these are all just fables, and the same with the Bible. I mean, the places exist. Athens exists, Sparta exists, Troy even exists. Jerusalem exists, and Tel Gezer exists, and all that. But it doesn't mean that the stories surrounding those places are literally true.
Yeah, sure. But you have to give the creationists credit though, because they do take the Bible or whatever literally. So they're not fooling around like cherry picking this and that. I don't believe in hell, and you have to give the creationists credit because they do actually take the Bible literally.
But I'm not sure which is worse. I mean, I would rather have moderates than creationists, and unfortunately, it's really they're both bad, but it's not all religious people. Look, there's Fiona Robertson on Google Hangouts, famous biologist. Always in atheist circles, etc. But she's Catholic, but she doesn't. She has never used her faith as pushing on somebody or even using it as an explanation. She's a PhD in I think molecular biology, and she has never used anything relating to science, anything relating to everyday life. I've never heard her use, well, it's God that did it or something like that.
Yeah,
never.
Sure.
So I can, if religious people were like her, I would have no problem with religion. I wouldn't have to even declare myself an atheist. Unfortunately, most are not like her, and she knows it, and we all know it, and it's just the sad reality. We have to deal with it. You know?
If there weren't any theists, there wouldn't be any atheists.
Right. Right. Or if theists were just deists or something, or kept their religion private, it wouldn't be a problem. It really wouldn't. I don't have a problem with people like Fiona for being Catholic or whatever, because it's not an issue. You know, it's not an issue for me. It's not an issue in science. It's not an issue in everyday life. They don't, you know, it's a private thing, and that's fine. But unfortunately, you know, 95% of the world is not like this.
I like you, Nathaniel. Good talk.
I like
Thank
you
you.
too. I like you too. There we go.
How wonderful.
I like you both.
It's a love fest, man. Figures it's from Sweden, you know. They love lots of things.
Not like that. I sincerely meant I agree
No, I
with you,
know,
and I like this topic.
I
And
know.
I know you don't. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So I'm done for 15 minutes or so. If anyone else has something to say, who is the moderator when Nadia isn't here anyway?
I don't think there is one.
Oh man!
Craziness.
Let's announce Sleepy Wagon Sleepy Wagon guy, the moderator.
I
She
think
seems to like you.
Benny has a
Sleepy
picture
guy.
of a polar bear there.
Yeah,
Benny has a picture of a polar bear right there, I think. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Awesome, man. Awesome.
What? What is it? My turn to talk?
Yeah, go ahead. Say something.
Yeah.
Say something wise.
Well, we
Choose
listened to
different
you eat
topics.
an entire bowl of whatever it was, so you might as well speak now.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
No. It's been
I don't
said.
know.
Come
I don't know
on,
what to
say
say.
something. Say something wise. Tell us a joke or something.
Wise. Oh, okay. How do you know your girlfriend's fat?
How?
Because she can fit in your wife's clothes. Yeah, slightly
I don't
offensive,
get that one. Maybe it's the language barrier.
Probably.
Yeah.
I have a little song for you. It's 5 seconds long. Okay. A lot of static noise.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Who
Remo.
is masturbating with his mic near to his dick?
No, not me.
Remo.
I'm having some whiskey. I'll be right back. I have to pour some more.
You have to.
I have to pour some more whiskey. I'll be right back.
Whiskey.
I'm a
Johnny
beer
Walker
guy.
Black Label. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh my God! Isn't it Monday? No, it's Tuesday now.
Is it?
Yes.
It's Monday here.
Yeah, well, it's
Monday. Yeah.
It's in Sweden. It's been Tuesday for 25 minutes. So.
Oh damn.
I'm ahead of you.
After.
Yeah, that light is the sun. That light you see in my image is the sun. Anyway. Still
You're ahead of me of 1 hour. Okay.
I'm sure that light on Nadia's pillow is the sun too. She's like 3 hours earlier than me.
I think she has to point out a second moderator if she's go to sleep or if she has to go into surgery or wherever. So she seems to be
Nadia,
good.
you got an update? Yeah, I'm not a good moderator.
All right, guys. I was waiting for a chat with Cliffhanger, so I'll talk to you guys later. He just invited me, and I was waiting to speak to him. Have a good evening. It was nice to meet you all, and
Nice to meet
hopefully
you.
talk to you soon.
Yeah, same. Take care.
You too.
Take care, sir.
I think what this hangout needs is some theists to argue with.
Yeah. Well, how do you know that?
Good one.
I know that in such a way that, or it has been revealed to me in such a way that I can know for certain.
How about empiricism's latest one? Sequentially specified information. Have you heard this? Evidence-based.
Yeah. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but could you please spell those 3 words in the chat here so I can Google them? But because I haven't found them anywhere.
It's interesting when you do Google it, actually.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm doing it now.
Specified. It's a Q. Sequential specified information. I haven't found anything regarding
Not what.
evolution or anything. You see, nothing.
Sorry.
There are no theists in here. Are those the? Well, I was Muslim, right? You're Muslim.
Did he make up those words? True empiricism.
What?
What? I saw it in a book, a sort of a creationist book online, and I did see the phrase "specified information" used repeatedly in that, but that was the only place I could see the phrase used.
So it's Ken Ham all over again, right?
Well, I think where it comes from is a few weeks ago. I'm sure he was saying code, and then if you look, you can Google DNA is not a code, and the arguments are sort of very readily available. So I think that's where the sequentially specified information idea came from. Just another way of saying code without using the word code, maybe.
Because it's words never used by any biologists or anything regarding to evolution whatsoever. So I found it really strange.
That was the accepted. I don't know what you'd call it, but the accepted description of DNA amongst scientists. But
So
everyone to Google, and it's definitely not accepted.
Are we talking about atheists or what?
It's basically the argument that DNA is too complex to be created without an intelligence.
So it's a revolution, like we say, it's from a monkey to a man, like that.
Yeah, but this is more the abiogenesis end of it, really.
But how can they prove it?
Well, I think this wouldn't be my field.
But how?
Here's the best answer. What I did hear yesterday in the debate yesterday was that there had been some experiments done in this direction that showed some aspects of it, but
sure.
That's a really pointless sentence. Had so little information. Evidence
GMAT, Arcane, True Empiricism, and what's his name? Sykes-Picot.
Oh God.
Evolution is a theory, but it is based upon facts.
Yeah.
So,
that's what theories are.
Yes, but
it's
Revelation's on.
Yeah, Revelation once again.
Hey guys, Pete, what's up?
Hello, governor.
Hello.
Hello. Well,
Anyway,
I believe you got 2 theists here now, so I'll jump in.
2 theists. Well, we got Brahim. Is it theist?
No, I'm not.
I thought you said you were Muslim.
I'm a Muslim. I'm not atheist.
But
Theist,
Oh, wait.
not atheist.
Theist, mate.
Ah, theist. Okay, what's theist? A Muslim is theist. Wait.
The belief in a god or gods.
Yeah, God, one God, not God.
Yes. So that you would be a monotheist.
This
Yeah,
is
okay.
starting to sound like we're on a lifeboat and we're selecting which person we're going to eat.
Help me.
Yeah, I don't know. I was a theist at one point in time.
So you are atheist now?
I think most of us were actually.
Yes.
I mean,
no.
Yeah, I think so.
I was born into a culture that was dominated by religion, you know, and I was indoctrinated into a particular religious perspective from a young age. So.
I got you, man. I totally hear that. You know, religion. That's why, you know, this whole religion thing. I just see it. I see it completely differently because I was never part of any kind of church. You know, so my belief just comes from something totally different. You know, it came, like I said, it was a personal experience, and I've gotten to the point now where like I like hanging out with people and just talking to them. Not trying to prove anything because I can't prove it to you. I can't. There's just no way for me to be able to do it. So, you know, I just like hanging out with people and talking to them because it's fun. You know, you guys are cool. So.
Yeah, I think that's to be honest, I don't really like to challenge people's belief directly. I don't mind having a bit of a battle over aspects of evolution or maybe a philosophical argument, but actually the existence of God, I think I feel like the guy from Israel, you know, it's kind of a personal thing.
That's right, absolutely.
How much can you actually really prove? Differences it make? You know, I get to the point where I don't really care that much on that specific.
Bingo, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, most atheists are like that, but
But I do care about things like, you know, as I say, evolution and, you know, creationism, or just sort of present company accepted, of course, but, you know, attacks on atheists, which is kind of common on YouTube to just. I mean, what did I see last night? A video that said atheists drinking their father's sperm or. Have you seen
sure.
this? I've seen this on Jackie Glenn did a thing on it.
It comes to a point where it's like you want to kill abortion doctors, or you oppose stem cell research, which could save millions of lives, or you say that you cannot wear a condom, and so the AIDS virus spreads all over America, and you have to beat your children to submission, all these kind of. And you actually believe in Noah's flood and all these things, but otherwise I don't care. Believe what you do, and we can take it at that. So.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And honestly, I could throw away my Bible at this point. I could literally just take it right. The multiple Bibles I have, I could take them all and just burn them because at this point, you know, what I believe in doesn't depend on that book anymore. You know. It's just something personal to me to a point where I can't deny it. You know, I had something happen to me that proved it to me personally, you know, and like you guys are saying, it's an individual thing. So this great debate thing, you know, the quote-unquote great debate on God, you're right. It's futile, really, because we all of us have our own reasons for believing stuff. So, you know.
If you teach a child that when they die they will be tortured forever unless they believe your particular superstition, I am vehemently against that.
Well, that's child.
I think that's right, and that
is child. That's not to do with religion.
Well, I mean, it's a religious practice. I mean.
Well, yeah, but it at that point it doesn't come under religious rights anymore.
Right.
At that point it is child abuse.
There are problems that I have with religion, and that's one of them. So.
It's just I think for me, I hear all these arguments as part of the great debate. You know, presuppositional arguments and cosmological arguments and all these sort of things. But I don't think of all the it's usually Christians that we're talking about. I don't think that's the reason any of them believe. I think it's always, as Revelation is saying, where it's some sort of personal belief, some event or something that's happened to a person personally that would
I
lead them
totally agree.
or to believe or strengthen their belief.
Totally agree. Take Rand Campbell, for example. He's a convicted.
Did it die while I was out?
I'm sorry.
Oh crap.
How's your, are you
sorry,
still
Nadia.
struggling there, Nadia? Looks like you're doped up or something. Are you just sick?
She's probably like way behind us.
Please be well soon, Nadia.
Yeah, she must have like really serious lag. That's what it seems to me.
Yeah.
But her connection wasn't great, so over the time, you can imagine how far behind it might have slipped.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. May I check your vital signs, please?
Absolutely.
How are you?
No pain? What's wrong, Nadia? Do you guys have any notion what's wrong with her? Is it like a infection or something?
I think all I really know is that she said she thought she was going to be out tomorrow, which sounded pretty positive.
It's pretty rough, but.
You need a pain med?
I hope she gets better.
I don't want to hear her personal information.
Yeah.
Surprised she didn't mute it.
Yeah, I don't think she really necessarily knows where.
She's gone again.
Oh, there you go. Well, I think I'll step away for a minute just to socialize with the family, and I'll be back in a second.
Cool, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Take care.
Okay.
All right. I got a question for everybody in the room. I think might be interesting if we could, take the rabbit trails. What's everybody's theory on how? Okay. Well, I'm presupposing that everybody's going to be okay with my statement of there being a beginning to the universe in some sort.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about everybody else? How does everybody else feel about that?
I believe there was a beginning to our universe, yes?
Okay,
Yes,
cool.
but I believe there is a creator for this universe. It's not, it can't be, I've heard there's a Big Bang Theory, or I think it's, they said it was a big mushroom. I don't know, I can't believe that stuff.
Okay, so presupposing that that's okay to say that there is some sort of beginning.
Yes.
Like everybody's opinion on it, how do you think it happened? That's my question.
Yes, that's the mysterious.
I think
that's a God. We can't. I can't. Okay, continue again.
I was going to say, I think it's a really, really difficult question to answer, because when you get into this field, nothing behaves how stuff normally behaves. You have to start imagining, existence without time, and
yes,
it just becomes impossible for me, at least. I always feel like I've reached the edge of my intellect, and
yes, true.
I just try and envisage any of these. And now there's things like dark matter and dark flow, and all these other aspects to it, and it's fascinating. But for me, it's just words, and I have heard people say that really this sort of thing can only be expressed mathematically, and you need to be the sort of person that's trained in this stuff to then be able to understand that mathematical expression.
That's
So,
a really
yes, in short, I don't know.
That is a really good, intellectually honest answer. I love it.
Oh, thanks. Nadia's got dark energy is universe expansion stuff, and dark matter holds galaxies together.
Nice. I like that. But how, in that case, then how do we explain dark energy? You know what I mean? I mean, what's the source of the dark energy? That's what
I was watching a documentary about this a couple of weeks ago, and they had all these cosmologists on. Lawrence Krauss was on it, and some quite well-known people, you know, and they were sort of annoyed by it. You know, they wasn't, you know, it wasn't. They weren't expecting it. It sort of came out of nowhere, kind of thing, and now they've got to account for it, and it's a whole other thing that they've got to deal with, and none of them really was able to offer much of an explanation for it. But I kind of think that's one of the things that makes it fascinating is that we really don't know much about it, and I kind of imagine that if we were to write down now what we do know about it and then look at it in 100 years' time, it would probably look a little bit silly, maybe. But that could be just that I don't know much about it.
Well, I'll tell you once again, another really intellectually honest answer. You know, it keeps, for me at this point, hearing, you know, I've been listening to this whole great debate thing for a while. Okay? I've been listening to this whole great debate thing for a while now, and to me, how do you say your name? Gempa? Gemper?
It's Gem Panda, but Gem will do.
Gem Panda. Okay, Gem. Yeah, for me, with myself being intellectually honest as well, being a theist Christian myself, I honestly have gotten to the point where I understand that I can't explain it fully, and I understand that the science community can get to that beginning point, because there's got to be something there that, you know, sparked it. And they would say the Big Bang. Okay, cool. I'll give you that. I'll give you all. I'll say, you know, I'll just give you wholesale all the Big Bang theories that are out there, because there's multiple. I'll give you all of them. But you still, even in all those theories of the beginning, you can't explain the point of origin scientifically exactly how it happened. Do you understand what I mean? It's kind of like circular. I can say, yeah, I believe God did it. Science can say, you know what I mean? Science can say there was some point beyond. There was a beginning point somewhere in the singularity, if you will, and everything just went boom. Okay, so I would come back and say, how can you prove that's not God that did it? You understand what I mean? It seems to me like it's all circular, but that's where I'll leave. Go ahead, guys.
Maybe at some point we should stop.
You know,
Well,
I don't think we. Sorry, Nadia, go on.
This is one of the reasons I favor loop quantum cosmology, because it posits an eternal universe.
Now, see, that's interesting. That is a really interesting concept, because, I mean, still, something that's eternal, how did it get there? Do you know what I mean, Nadia? I mean, eternal, the concept of eternal to me is like, it's very abstract, you know what I mean? Go ahead, I'm sorry, Nadia, I'm sorry.
Yeah, is it not his turn? I'm sorry.
Let's let evidence go first.
Welcome back, evidence.
Yeah. So I've listened to Revelation and his question, and the reason why scientists think there is a beginning is because the universe is expanding. We know this via observations through the Hubble telescope. So if you reverse time and you reverse space, you get to a single point. And that single point, of course, has to originate from something, but we don't know what it is. We call that singular point the expansion of time and space. So to ask what happened before is like if there was if you haven't got time and space, you have nothing. So if you have to postulate a God to invoke the expansion of time and space, you really haven't answered anything. You just invoked another being who himself has to be created. That's my stance.
Very intellectually honest answer. I like that too. And it just keeps coming back to that point, the singularity, I guess. Coming from the science standpoint. Well, I'll say this, period. As a theist Christian, okay, I will say this. If science can somehow prove at some point the origin of the singularity without some creator, then at that point, anybody that's intellectually honest, okay, will no longer be a theist. But I think everybody can admit that isn't a theist here. That at this point, currently, science can't prove a beginning point, a point of origin of the singularity without some sort of creator or something with the singularity. Because what created the singularity? You know what I mean? If science can prove a singularity without God, then anybody that's a theist at that point would be just completely intellectually dishonest, and they're just believing because they want to believe and being ignorant, you know. So that's the best I could say.
But I think the way it seems to be working at the moment, from where I see it, is that science doesn't really, it's never going to reach this point where, right, that question's answered, because the more we know, the more there is to know.
Right, exactly. Perfect. Absolutely.
So you answer one question, but it gives you 10 more,
No, absolutely.
And I'm sure you'll always be able to squeeze a God in there somewhere.
No, I totally understand what you mean, but from my standpoint, it makes sense that there had to be something that created everything in the first, or the very beginning. There had to be something that created it, because otherwise there's no explanation for a beginning or the singularity point existing without some sort of intelligence saying, okay, let's start something, or let's start the singularity. You know what I mean? There's got to be. Yes, go ahead, Evan.
I'm so sorry. Revelation, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Yeah. In everyday life, where do you have use for the beginning of the universe? Why is it so important to you?
It's not important to me. I can tell you that I believe that there was a beginning because it just makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that there was just this eternal state. I just can't. My mind can't grasp that. For me, some sort of a singularity point makes sense to me, scientifically speaking.
Yeah.
So coming from a science standpoint, my next question is, where did the singularity come from? Being a deist, if I put aside my deism completely, then I guess I could stretch my mind to try and understand an eternal state, quote unquote. But once again, where did the eternity come from? That I just can't get around there being some kind of beginning point to what we see around us. I guess that's my problem, evidence.
I think these are always intriguing questions, but I think, as evidence has highlighted, it's really not that important. it is interesting, but not really important.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I guess it is if you're a cosmologist, but to the man in the street.
Good stuff. I just like these discussions. I like these discussions because it makes your brain really work out. Like, you know, you do exercise for your body. This is the same thing for your brain. I think this stuff is awesome, you know.
Whether or not it's important, I think, just depends on what you value. I mean, I personally consider it an important question to consider, but
yeah, me
it's
too.
not objectively important, you know. It's
right.
But that's my belief that, you know, values are subjective. I think Revelation would believe something different. Because you believe that morality is objective, that means you would believe that values are fundamentally objective.
Yeah, could I please just interact for 1 minute?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I just like yeah, it is quite interesting how it all began and why we are here, but at the same time, I do realize that the universe is so huge that even the Earth and me is so what do you call it in English?
Insignificant.
Yeah, is insignificant. So it's yeah, thank you. So it's both amazing, astonishing, and at the same time, it's so ridiculously small to be here. So
you know what and let me just step in there, Evidence, and throw in something pretty cool for you. You know, that's why my belief in what I believe in, I wouldn't want to become a non-believer in what I believe, because I'm going to tell you something. I see what you are far more greater than you see yourself, even, because you have to understand how important God views the creation of you. Okay, that you have a thinking mind, and right now you're going to hang out with a bunch of people, and you're postulating your ideas in an intelligent manner with your brain. That creation to him is greater than the entire universe. And you know, New Age says Jesus said it too. You know, he said that the kingdom of God is within you, or the kingdom of the universe is within you. The very creation of you, okay, and I won't use that word, I'm sorry. The biological makeup that you are, Evidence, and everybody in here is far more, from my standpoint, okay, from a Christian theist standpoint, that creation that right now that you are behind the computer and talking to us is far greater than the entire universe, just in you. And that goes for everybody else in here too, you know? It's pretty cool stuff. That's why I wouldn't want to give up my theism, because I have a love for people that if I didn't have that theism, I wouldn't love everybody as much as I do, you know? Because I would just think that, well, we're just biological matter, no big deal. But I mean, I think if you can really think about the way that the thing that I'm talking about, the Creator views you and everybody here individually on an individual basis, if you can try and come from the standpoint that I have as a theist Christian, I think you would think it's pretty cool, you know, because you just love you. And I'm going to tell you, the vast majority of Christians on here do not do that. So, listen, I don't blame atheists for not liking Christians specifically, because they're so hate-filled. They're full of piss and vinegar, if I could put it that way, you know. So
I think that's true. You know, I'd say this, that coming from the UK, where we don't have separation of church and state. You know, Christianity, or the Church of England, is a state-sponsored religion, if you like. But I think what that's meant for us is that it's sort of diluted the religion to the point where it's just it's just not bothersome. And it's really a shock to come to YouTube and see all this stuff being poured out about atheists, which, you know, it is really quite shocking, and it does seem to be a bit of a sort of dare I say it does seem to be a bit of an American thing. I don't know whether that's entirely true, so correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I'll tell you this much. You know, it's on. Nadia had a hangout. What was it? Was it last night? I think it might have been last night or the night before, where somebody was. I think it was Carlton was in here, and he said, there's assholes on both sides. There's
that's true. That
is
true.
I mean, there's some really hardcore ouch atheists out there too, and that's the thing. I think that's why what Nadia has been trying to do with the hangout she's been doing is cool, because she put it down. It's like let's be civil, let's just talk and find some common ground, and I've seen that that's clearly the case with you guys that just want to talk about things. It's cool, but I mean there's some really mean people out there that it's on both sides. You have people.
Yes, true.
Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. That's the way I see it. I mean, I can do my best to show you guys my version of what I believe a Christian should be. And I believe that what I'm showing here is what he would want me to show here, which is love for everybody. Doesn't matter what,
Well, I want to ask you a question.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. What do you think about Muslims?
What do I think of Muslims? I think, I'm getting to the point now. Listen, I've been down that whole dogmatic thing of, Christians hating Muslims, Christians hating Jews, all that stupid stuff. I'm really starting to come to an understanding that, listen, I mean, we do have a common bond through, I believe, the Bible, all right? I mean,
yes. I believe in Bible.
Right.
I'm a Muslim, and I believe in Bible.
I hear you, and that's what I'm really starting to understand. We have a common bond here.
Yeah, I believe in Jesus.
Is it true the word Jesus is in the Quran more than it is in the Bible?
Yes, there is Jesus in Quran. There is what can I say? The whole story about Jesus and his mother, Maryam, yeah, right.
Sleepy, you're pretty much right. I've gotten to that point, I think, where I can tell you what happened to me personally, and I will stand for that. I will, but I will never, ever, ever say that a person that says that Krishna came to him, Muhammad came to them, you name the figure that came to them, and they got saved from that. I am not going to call any of those people a liar. I will stand for Jesus Christ because that, I have an obligation to, through His name. But I will call nobody a liar at this point. Not anymore. I'm past it.
Yes. Thanks.
So, how would you, Revelation, how would you address the argument of you are an atheist in reference to every single other god except for your own, and I am an atheist just with belief in one less God?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I think I understand what you're saying, but give it to me.
You don't believe in Zeus or Poseidon or various other of the plethora of gods that have come before. You are an atheist in relation to those. Well, I am an atheist just with belief in one less God. What is the? I guess you're not taking that extra step of believing in one less God because you believe that you've had a personal experience I guess that's really your motivating factor is the personal experience that you had.
That's right.
Revelation,
Absolutely.
whatever it was. Oh, okay.
Yep, that's right. Well, yeah. Listen. If I could play for you in a movie what happened to me and you saw it, you would think too. Trust me. I can't. I didn't. To answer your question even better than that. I didn't experience Zeus. I didn't experience Poseidon. I didn't experience Hercules. I didn't experience any of those gods. I experienced Christ. So, it's a personal thing. And yeah, to be honest with you, because my dad was a chemist, very science-minded man, and he was an empirical evidence type of person. Trust me, it's in my genetics. That's how I would be. And I would probably be right along with most of you guys as being a non-believer at this point if I didn't have that experience. Trust me. Trust me. I'm being honest with you.
So if you had never learned about Christ, you would have had that experience through some other means, potentially.
Potentially. Yep.
I mean,
it's true.
Indoctrination is very powerful, so I don't know.
No, I wasn't indoctrinated, though. There's a difference between being told something, just being told something casually, and indoctrination. Trust me, I wasn't indoctrinated.
Socialized. You were socialized. You were.
What do you mean by that term?
Well, society socializes you into gender roles or your sense of who you are and where you're from and your identity. Well, you were raised in an environment that developed the Christian belief system, within you. So that is, I don't know, maybe the indoctrination is too hard a word, but you were socialized into that. So I don't know.
Yeah, I was given the choice to believe in that particular story told to me, and when the time came, I remembered the name, and it worked. It really worked. Jesus saved me. Worked. And listen, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there and I'm sure it's the case, they pray. I know of one in particular. What's her name? Hillary. One of Nadia's friends, Hillary. She was a Mormon, and she honestly prayed to God, reveal yourself to me, and it didn't happen for her. So that's kind of like, if I ever got in a debate with her about something, it would be like two immovable objects hitting each other, because she asked for it and she didn't get it. I asked for it and I did. So am I going to say, oh, I'm better than you because it happened to me and it didn't to you? Absolutely not. I think Hillary is on her own path because I see love in her. And that's, thank you, God. The essence of God is love. I'm starting to understand that. It's loving one another, That's the best thing I could say to you, Sleepy.
But, I mean, do you believe that personal experience alone is a path to truth? I mean, there are safeguards in place in the scientific method to prevent the biases that creep in through personal experience. I mean, even through measurement, there are biases, there are misinterpretations. That's why we have the scientific method and we have peer review. But based on scientific research, intercessory prayer has not been supported by scientific research and double-blind tests. Prayer, as far as the scientific community is concerned, does not work. So, I mean, is it possible that your personal experience could be biased or not truly a path to what really exists and what's the truth?
I will grant you that. Absolutely. I'll grant you that. I can't, once again, I would have to be able to have a tape recorder that was, or a digital cam within my brain and record exactly what I saw. That's the only way that I could prove to you what happened. But once again, you could just call me a liar on that, or you could say that it was something else. It wasn't really God. It was just a chemical reaction in my brain.
Could I ask a question? Revelations.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Can you be sure that you're never going to experience any other gods at any point?
No. I can't say that that would be the case. No.
So you are open to this idea of polytheism then?
Now that's really interesting. You bring that up. Have any of you guys heard of the work of Dr. Michael Heiser?
I haven't. No.
Must be a theologist or theologian.
Well, he's a believer. He's a Jewish believer. Yeah, but yeah, I won't even bring it up because he's biased.
Can you type his name?
Sure.
Michael Heiser.
Yeah, Dr. Michael Heiser. He's got some cool stuff on YouTube if you want to look him up. But specifically, he talks about this concept called the Divine Council, which basically, you know, Judaism says that they're a monotheistic religion, which, yeah, but in that Yahweh, the Creator, is the highest God, and you know, there's no gods beside me, as says Yahweh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But we also have passages in the Bible like Psalm 83, which says, "Ye are gods," and that was God. That was David speaking through God speaking through David, giving us some inside intel of what's exactly going on.
I think God speak through Moses. No.
No, in the Psalms it's David. David.
Is David? Wait.
In the Psalms. I'm talking about the Psalms, brother.
Okay. Continue.
Okay, it was David. David wrote it, and God was speaking through him, and because that's what I believe. But it says God's there. So you have a monotheistic religion speaking of gods. Okay, what's going on there? And actually, Jesus quotes that too in the Gospels. What Michael Heiser discusses is this divine council. Basically, you have Yahweh as the creator God, the God. Okay, but there's also other gods that he did create. So I can't articulate it like he can because, you know, like Sleepy said, he's a professor. He's studied this stuff out. He goes into the Hebrew behind it, the Greek and the New Testament, all this stuff. Really cool. So am I open to answer your question for like 100% steampunk? Do I have a problem with there being other gods? Well, no, I don't, because it's actually in the Old Testament too. That's the best answer I could give you.
That's good. Thanks.
No problem.
Any more topics from anyone?
Now, oh, she's talking to somebody. I'll be darned.
The one that really I love so much, the one question that I love so much because it sparks so much great discussion, is the theories that we could have on the beginning. You know, even if there was one, even like how can I prove that there is one? I can't. How can you prove that there isn't one and it was just eternal?
Any more topics from anyone?
Island, you're back.
Hey, Island.
Looks like you're doing better today.
You talking to Nadia?
Oh, anyway, yeah. Apparently, not like projectile vomiting or whatever. They moved me over to oral antibiotics. I don't know. Kind of a fan of the IV vancomycin, but.
Well, you look like you're doing a whole lot better.
Okay, well, thank you.
The conversation has pretty much died in this room right now.
Nadia, didn't you say you'd invited G-Man and True Empiricism a while ago?
Man.
I did invite them.
They don't want anything to do with us.
We're going to have plenty to talk about if they end coming in.
Well, that's a good point. It's true, they probably don't want I could carry this around and like I'm not chained down to anything that I know of. But still, main thing is there a Big Bang or just some kind of oscillatory universe?
Well,
Red Hoyle style steady state, but you know, planet cosmology style. Well, repetitive bangs.
I think there was evidence against the idea of an oscillating universe. Like, I'm not a theoretical physicist, but Lawrence Krauss. I put a YouTube video on here where he was talking about that very thing way back.
Oh, I missed it.
I'll link it again, but I don't know. It's pretty good talk by him.
Yeah,
You know,
back and forth.
Sorry, Nadia.
Go ahead.
I would love to hear more about this concept of an eternal universe, you know? Something that was pre-existing and always existing. I would love to hear more about that, personally.
Wow, yeah, I mean, it could be multiverses. As far as I know.
Right.
And then you just gotta get to the point where you're like, I have no freaking clue what is going on.
Yep, because that's an hour long.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I could try to find the spot in the video where he's talking about it. So hold on.
What's that video you posted, Sleepy? What was that? What's that video about?
Hold on a sec. I'm trying to find it's Lawrence Krauss giving a lecture. I'll try to find the spot where he's talking about the universe expanding and how it couldn't be oscillatory. So I don't know. Hold on.
Yes, the universe is expanding. I heard that.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously it's expanding, but
I don't remember.
Hold on, just a sec. I'll find it.
You look like you're feeling a lot better, Nadia.
What's that?
You look like you're feeling a lot better. I'm happy about that.
Oh, well, yeah, they finally gave me stuff to calm the hot flashes down too. You know how it is. Okay, you don't know how it is, but never mind that.
I got you. Bless you.
Yeah, I mean, oscillatory universe, it's like, instead of a Big Bang, it's like bang, 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 bang. You know, it's
more like
that way.
A bunch of bangs.
The explanation I heard recently actually does start with an explosion, and then after a split second this becomes an expansion, and after, I don't know, billions of years or whatever, this expansion begins to slow down, and then dark matter takes over, or dark energy, I can't remember which, and that speeds it up again.
Energy, dark energy.
Dark energy. I'll get it through eventually, Nadia.
Right. Well, see that, but that
dark, this stuff. There's a lot of new dark things around.
No, it's cool. That's cool. But I still have that question in my mind about that you know, what is it in science of minus 14 million to the minus something seconds? I can't remember. That moment just before. What was it? You know, what happened there? I just can't help myself from asking that question. I can't help myself from asking it, you know?
Yeah.
It was a universe undergoing a big crunch.
I think it's 10 to the 16 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I heard it recently, so I should be able to remember it. Because I don't know if you guys saw that whole thing, the Magic Sandwich show that True Empiricism and Man were on. Oh, man.
That was a great show, I must admit. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that will correct his 10 to the 16 seconds since the Big Bang supposedly.
Thank you.
By evolutionary dating methods or Yeah.
I just still have the. I just can't help it. I have the question in my mind. Okay, I'm perfectly willing to say that that's the case. You know, that there was a singularity, and it just that's all right. So, boom. All right, and then we have boom, and then we have boom, boom, boom. I'm totally okay with that. But what made it happen? You know, there had to be. Okay, let me say this: is there a reaction? Okay, is there a cause to every? Is there a cause to every reaction?
Cause
Is
to
there a
every
reaction to every
Yeah.
cause?
Could I pinch in?
Is there a front to every back?
So it's one of those type of questions, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of
I'd
a meaningless
say-
question.
I'd say as far as we know, yeah.
Well, if it didn't have an effect, it wouldn't be a cause.
Well,
If it didn't have a cause, it wouldn't be an effect. It's a circular question.
Well, yeah, but if you get into the realm of pre-universe, then you're talking about pre-time, and the law of cause and effect is a result of
Right.
time. So if time didn't exist, then you wouldn't have the same law of cause and effect.
Right.
And we have virtual particles that just appear to
Oh yeah.
pop into existence, don't they, without a cause?
Spooky action at a distance.
What's the other one? I know Nadia's got a couple of good examples, because I learned the virtual particle one off her. Can't remember, there's another one.
Could I pinch in?
Sorry?
Evidence. I know you wanted to say something. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. First off, just briefly about the topic about personal experience. It's quite odd to me and strange to me that all personal experiences happens to the God where you are born, within the region where you're born. So you seldom see a revelation from a Christian God in a Muslim country. So that's my stance about that. And second of all, even if there were a beginning of the universe and who sort of sparked that instance, what would it matter? If we don't know, we don't know. If we can hypothesize, we hypothesize. I don't see the reason to invoke God in that sense. So
I agree with you, and that once again, perfectly intellectually honest answer. And and me being intellectually honest too can say that to you without, and I'm not lying to you. I totally believe what you said is 100% right. The personal experience thing, let me put it this way. If I were to deny my personal experience, that would be intellectually dishonest on my part in my own being. And I know that sounds weird, but I wish I could articulate it better. I can only tell. I wish I had a camera in my head to show you, because I'm telling you, there was no reason for me to have this experience. Was I a righteous, quote unquote, person, living the way I should live when this happened to me? Absolutely not. I hadn't thought about God for years, but something in my heart just said, "Do you remember that?" I was literally thrashing in a bed, picking the bed off the floor in anguish, in pain, in emotional and physical pain. And I just remembered the name. And it was powerful. That's all I could tell you. So that's all I can do. But these discussions are so great. And I love talking about this stuff, because that's the science part of my genetics that's kicking in here, to just listen to people talk and learn. I'm open. Listen, when I was listening to that show, with G-Man and True Empiricism and Utter and Raw. I love that guy. He's cool. When I was listening to that, I was learning stuff, and I not from G-Man or True. I'm gonna say that. I was learning from all the rest of them, and I appreciate that. None of the guys on that panel came off as hostile at all. The only ones that were coming off as hostile were the Christians, which I'm sitting there watching this shit, and I'm face palming like every second G-Man says something or True is saying, and True goes on there and he knows he's going on a show with like 12,000 subscribers, so he's challenging a guy to a debate that has 100,000 plus subscribers. He just wants more people on his fucking channel. I'm like, what the fuck? This isn't Christianity. You guys are making a fucking mockery of what you believe, and I don't know, man.
I have to say though, I love watching G-Man. He's entertaining. He's just really, I don't know what it is about the guy. I find it really difficult to dislike him. He's just likable in a way,
Well, trust me, I think if you made a video about you, you'd probably go the other way because
maybe I would, but I don't know. When I see his videos, he does his calling people out thing, but it all feels like a bit of a show to me,
Yeah, he's definitely the entertainment end of it. I'm sorry, Steampunk.
I know he's very, very passionate, but he's rarely very serious, if you know what I mean. He's, I know he's serious about what he believes. I know he's passionate about what he believes, but he's usually quite a positive, jovial sort of character, and I do enjoy watching him. I have to say, probably about as much as I enjoy watching anyone on YouTube.
Well, if you watch anything with G-Man in, it's guaranteed that you're going to be face palming at some point in it. Like I've watched things with him in and just ended up head butting the wall until I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. And he's a brother in the Lord, so me speaking in this way is not cool. But I'll tell you, a lot of what he does sometimes is it really does seem like he's ego-driven and pride-driven, way too much.
Well, I think that's true, but I think that's also okay. That's all right.
Yeah.
He just takes himself painfully seriously. It's
exactly. Yeah. That's it, Steampunk. You got it. Yep.
It's just when most people, well, all intelligent people on the internet are laughing at him, doesn't help.
Yeah. He did a video earlier actually where he sorry Nadia, go on.
I just did a Google search for sequential specified information.
Oh, cool.
And
great.
Unfortunately, what I turned up were not creationist sites. I turned up IBM's Tivoli Storage Manager for AIX.
What was it?
IBM's Tivoli Storage Manager for AIX.
Right.
Yeah, that stuff that True talks about. I don't know. He throws that term out there, and you know what I mean.
Too many times in one sentence.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's like, okay, we get the point, but where are you going with it? I agree that DNA. That's another thing to talk about. DNA is so complex. The stuff that's going on in there, to me, implies design. Personally, for me, am I willing to scientifically debate that with anybody? Absolutely not, because I don't know enough about it. But with the basic understanding of what I have from DNA, man, if there isn't some sort of design going on there, nature's pretty amazing. DNA is something else. I'll say that much.
But for me, Revelation, that's the thing that I love about evolution, at least. I mean, True was kind of stuck on this abiogenesis thing, but when you look at evolution and you really do start to understand it, it's an astounding, wonderful, amazing story. It just blows my mind. It really does.
Yeah, and you know what? Once again, I'll be 100% intellectually honest with you. I see no conflict in the Bible between. I don't see any conflict with evolution theory in the Bible at
No.
all. You know what I mean?
Well, I see major conflict. Yeah, they're completely incompatible.
Well,
Well,
for
it
one,
depends how you interpret the Bible, I think.
that's true too. I would say this, Island. Let me say this really quick. In the case of mankind, us personally, I see a big difference. I think we were created in a very special way in Genesis. I do believe that. But for me to say that the entire evolution theory in terms of how species can come about and make advances in their biology through a process that I would believe would come from God, and I'm not, I'm that because that's what I believe.
Yes. True.
I see absolutely no conflict in believing that type of thing with the Bible. But that's just me,
Yes, same in the Quran.
What was that? Say that again.
In the Quran.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, me personally, I reject evolution just based on pure scientific evidence and also the Bible. That's my position.
Gotcha, Island. Island, talk about it. And then we could get a good discussion going here.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think the fossil record is a flood record. Like you said, DNA is sequential specified information. That implies a designer. There's a whole bunch of limiting factors for the age of the Earth, including the magnetic field and the rate the Moon is leaving the Earth's orbit, population growth charts, high pressure in oil wells, all sorts of limiting factors that limit the age of the Earth to thousands of years and not millions or billions. I could just go on and on. Does anybody want to talk about any of those things, or?
The age of the Earth is a very interesting one, because that was one of the things on the show, to try and date the Earth. I don't think I mean science can't give us the exact date, or the exact age, but they can give us a general idea, just like they were saying, on a clock. Yeah, right now it's 7:29 p.m. Eastern time. Is it exactly that 100%? No, but through their evidence, and once again, I don't see any reason for a conflict. It doesn't tell us in the Bible, because it's not a newspaper. It doesn't tell us in the Bible currently exactly where we are in terms of how long the universe has been in existence. It's just not there. Now, when you get to the whole Genesis account and the six-day creation, that's an entirely different matter. Am I a literal six-day creationist? Once again, I don't know. I read the story, I believe it, but in 2 Peter. It says that one day is as 1,000 years to the Lord. So it could have been 6,000 years in terms.
Right. But what's the next sentence?
Tell me.
1,000 years is as a day, so.
Right. It's circular. Bingo. And that's what all of this stuff keeps coming back to. The creationism or anti-creationism. Neither of us can prove it. We just can't prove it. It's all circular. So what I've come to the conclusion, it's about faith. And if science, once again, I'll restate this, if science can empirically prove that the singularity was created without, or came about without some sort of creator, then we're done. Christianity's done, Islam's done, Judaism's done, it's all done. If science can prove it, we're done. That's it. You know.
No, I think you're making a mistake there, because even if you could prove that it could happen, you would never prove that it did.
Who was the one talking about the moon getting closer to the Earth? I really have to address that one.
I think that was Island.
It's actually moving away from the Earth.
Yeah.
Think about fingernails grow or something.
Yeah, moving away. So the assumption was that it was closer. Who was that? If I can interact.
I was briefly pointing out the IBM Tivoli storage manager for AIX hits that I can actually screen share now that I'm in Firefox. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The same that I got.
Okay.
Oh, and Fiona's session.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Evidence. I think it was Island that brought that up. Island, you brought that up, right?
Yeah, just saying, if you basically run the calculation backwards, the moon could not have been orbiting the Earth for millions of years, or it would have been touching the Earth like 50,000 years ago.
Yeah, great. So we have a couple of possibilities. Do you agree with me that the moon never was touching the Earth?
Yes.
Yeah, because in that case we wouldn't be here, right? All life will be
correct.
Yeah, all life will be extinct, and so forth. So that was never the case, right? So you're basically postulating an hypothesis that never was going to happen, because then we wouldn't be here to talk about it. Great. And why would the Earth be closing? It's quite hard to explain if you're in Sweden. First of all, how the moon came about is by an asteroid hitting the Earth and creating the moon. So the moon wasn't the moon wasn't like there and then it was closer or further away. It was created in a specific state.
I disagree. I think God created the moon.
No, whoopsie hopsy topsy. No, that's not what happened. Now we are going away from science into.
No, the thing is
Got
that's
the gaps.
compatible with
Got the
science.
gaps. Argument from ignorance.
We were just talking about science, and then you jumped
God did it.
to. Okay, your version isn't. I don't agree with your version. So God did it. How did we get to that?
Yeah, the moon is the exact size and the exact position to allow for the tides and the weather effects that it causes on the Earth that allow for life to exist. If it was any larger, any smaller, any further away, any closer, life could not exist. It's exactly fine.
Life as we know it.
We do not need ties for life to exist.
Well, I don't know if that's. Yeah, I mean, as long as there's water, I mean, I don't know. You can't just. I'm not even gonna argue. That's just pointless. Never mind.
I think it goes back to the point that you would expect us to be, perfectly suited to the environment which is there for us, however it came about. So, it isn't surprising that we're here and we're alive on Earth with tides.
Yes.
Damn it.
I just consider the question in the other direction, if you know what I mean.
Can I rock this one? Okay. So.
Go on.
Well, first off, we can tell the moon was closer and it's slowly receding. We could also tell how much closer it was by what are called coral clocks. And corals have, well, one estimate for the day and one estimate for the year. Oh wait, that's for the rotation of the Earth speeding up. Never mind. But anyway, back in those days, we could tell that essentially the days were shorter, and so there were more of them in a year, and so on. They're not. What was the one for the month?
Yeah.
People have
The
asked.
thing
People have
is,
asked. Okay, go
yes.
ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. The thing is that the Earth, the Moon is expanding is getting further away from the Earth, and blah blah blah. In this time, it should be touching the Earth, and of course, we know that it wouldn't happen unless we wouldn't be here. All that stuff has been answered 1,000 times on the internet, and 100 times in the scientific peer-reviewed papers. It's like, really, man? Are you going there? It's like dust on the moon shouldn't be there when the Apollo landed. It's like, please, man.
Actually, if the moon was as old as you think it is, when he got out of that spaceship, he should have sunk up to about his head.
Yeah, sure. And there is no explanation for it, right?
Because they don't have enough.
Even creationist websites. Sorry.
yeah. Even creationist website
reject that moon dust argument. But I think as well, a good point that was raised in that hangout last night was that if you are to believe that the Earth is 6,500 years old, or less than 10,000 years, or something like that, it's the factor by which you are wrong, which is just so enormous.
The thing is, you're completely underestimating both science and God, because when God creates things, he speaks them into existence. It's some sort of vibrational energy, and he creates things instantly, like he did with the wine, like he did with the fish and the bread. And God can create things instantly because he controls the universe and can control matter. Even in a few decades from now, we'll have the ability to control matter with just technology. So it's not even like it's hard to do. So you're just underestimating who God is and what he's able to do.
So you're saying he created like a mature Earth?
Yeah, he can create things instantly just using vibrational energy.
Sure, but how does that change how we age, how we gauge the age of the Earth?
Well, what it means is that you don't have to, like, you're trying to find these naturalistic processes using all kinds of assumptions about how old it is already, and you're ignoring what's actually possible and how fast things can be created.
Well, with respect, I think it was you that did that when you introduced this idea of the receding moon. I mean, that's a naturalistic attempt at an explanation.
Right, it's something that we can measure. You can measure how fast the moon is moving, and you can measure the distance between the Earth and the moon. And if you run the calculation backwards, the moon couldn't have been there for more than 30,000 years.
So are we using naturalistic measurements or not?
Sorry?
So are we using naturalistic measurements or not?
Sure, you can measure things now. Yeah, definitely, absolutely.
Is your name Islandoline News?
Island Online News.
Yeah.
I think is correct.
Island. Yeah. So I've just told you two possible things about the moon. Perhaps it was created, like we know, from a creator creating the moon, so it wouldn't be touching the Earth, or perhaps it was never touching the Earth, because then you and I wouldn't be here. Which of these why are you still using this as an argument for God? Please tell me.
It's just a argument. You know, I have a lot of other ones I could use. It's just one of hundreds,
Yeah,
I suppose.
yeah. Could you please postulate another one, because this one is false? So if we could move on, please.
Well, that's your opinion, and I think you're wrong, but I'll.
Well, no, it's not my opinion. Do you believe the moon was touching the Earth?
No, I believe God made the moon pretty close to where it is now.
Yeah, because what would happen if the moon touched the Earth?
We'd all be dead.
Yeah, great. Are we all dead?
No.
The moon's not touching the Earth, evidence. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, what you just said, you said, why aren't we all dead? You know, it's not.
Well, hold on. You see, the thing is, we have the exact same evidence, but when I look at it, I say, okay, therefore, the moon cannot be that old. You look at the evidence and say, therefore, the moon must have, I don't know. I don't even know what your explanation is for the moon, but.
Well, first of all, okay, you sure would need pictures doing this. Okay,
How do you
so
believe
we
the
have.
planets were formed? How do you think? What is your theory on that?
Listen, please. The moon is here. The Earth is there. You have an increase of the moon getting away from the Earth. Sure. True.
Yeah, the moon is moving away. That's true.
Yeah, that's true. That's what you're postulating, and that is true. That is proved by science, by the way. So, if you count backwards, and you take the measurement in which the moon is getting further away from the Earth, you can calculate backwards to get that the moon would be so and so far away from the Earth by calculations. The strange thing is that creationists who use this calculation do not take into fact that the gravity is more or less pulling or pushing, whatever you want to call it, the moon when it's getting closer or further away. So the getting closer to the Earth is not static. Maybe it's getting closer if you calculate backwards, but it would be getting closer in a lower rate. Do you understand?
I believe that would be false. If it was, as it gets closer, actually it would accelerate and move even faster.
Okay, so you want proof of this?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I'll mute and I Google for the proof that your hypothesis does not prove God. Okay.
Okay. I'll just move on then. For years, scientists have taught that the planets all formed out of the sun. Does anyone here believe that like the sun, you know, all the planets came out of the sun and formed?
In general, people believe solar disk and so on. Last I checked.
Sorry, Nadia, what was that?
In general, people believed in the accretion disk and so on. That originated with the sun and so on.
Yeah, see, the problem with that is that the planets actually hold 99% of the angular momentum of the solar system, and the sun only holds 1%. Also, some of the planets are spinning backwards and rotating the different directions. So that just proves that that's absolutely scientifically impossible that the planets could have formed out of the sun. So, and that's what's being taught, I think, currently, that they did, because they just don't have any other explanation.
I think there are very good explanations for why we've got planets spinning in different directions. I have to say, I'm
Right,
not.
you'll just say that they were all bumping together and that just did
Well,
that.
I have to say, Ireland, I'm not a cosmologist. I don't know this in detail. I can remember having seen an explanation for this. I believe, Nadia will probably know better than I do, but I believe it involved, obviously Jupiter has a big effect on what's going on in the solar system in terms of gravity. So I think that may have an effect on why things spin in different directions. But I have to say I don't know. But I have seen an explanation. I could go off and look that one up if you like.
Yeah, I think God put Jupiter there just as a sort of great big vacuum that just goes around the solar system and it sweeps up all the comets and debris and stuff so that we don't get hit.
Okay, so which planets going backward? I think they're all pretty much in the ecliptic, and they're all pretty much going the same direction around the sun. Do you have an exception in mind?
Say that again, Nadia. You kind of broke up for me. I don't know if it did for anybody else.
I said, do you have an exception in mind from all of them being in the ecliptic and going the same direction around the sun?
No, from what I know, no. But spinning backward, now I'm going way back now. I haven't studied this stuff in a long time, but I thought, doesn't Uranus have a backwards orbit? All right, not orbit, but the way it rotates.
So
yeah,
what?
Venus, I think.
Is it Venus?
Uranus is
Uranus.
sideways. The same side faces the sun all the time. It's one of the rotational pole in Uranus. Venus, I think, does rotate backward. Yes.
Now, all that is sort of it's trivial, really, because the main point of the argument is that the angular momentum of the solar system is held in the planets and not the sun. So it shows that they couldn't have come out of the sun.
What?
Well, I kind of see that as a non sequitur. Angular momentum accumulating.
The foremost astronomical journal in the United States has acknowledged that the problem of angular momentum transfer from the sun has not been explained by observing that a proper understanding of the angular momentum of the sun has not been reached. That's says the foremost astronomical journal in the United States. I don't know which one it is. I can look it up here.
Okay. I briefly looked up.
No. I'm sorry, Nadia. I couldn't find the
Standard Solar Models, Astrophysics, Physical Journal, Volume 506.
Yeah.
You're given great information.
So they're aware of the problem. They have no explanation for it. The explanation is that God created the solar system with certain properties to allow for life to exist here. So.
Are you really just happy with that as an explanation? No, you don't think.
Well, I have an explanation, and science doesn't have an explanation. So
you don't think it's worth science looking
the gaps.
You think that we should just stop? Just God did it. That'll do.
Oh well, argument from ignorance. You win.
Yeah. I couldn't find the whole video that explains the moon thing. I'm so sorry, Nadia.
Well, see, I'm just saying, guys, he's postulating information here, okay? And all you guys can say to him, yeah, he is. He's just giving you information. And all you guys can do is just say things like out of the gaps. That's not cool.
No. He is using science. He is using science knowledge to postulate we don't have an answer, therefore God exists.
But what worries me is that the idea seems to lead to, let's not bother to look for an answer. We don't know, so we'll just say God did it and leave it there, kind of thing. And
well, I don't understand how knowing that God did it. How does that prevent you from trying to find out how he did it or how things work and stuff like that? I don't see the conflict at all. Like you said.
Well, I don't know. I guess if we were to follow your doctrine through to its logical conclusion, we wouldn't bother to invest any money in any kind of scientific research, because what would be the point?
No, that's absolutely false. You can go and do
Well,
all kinds of scientific
why
research.
would we
Why do you have to start speculating
how
about
the planets were formed if you already know? What would be the point of that?
Well, for one thing, it points you in the right direction of where to look and how to look at things. When you understand that God made things, you know that the universe is rational, it's complex, it's going to be extremely, geniusly designed. All branches of science were started by Christians.
But according to you, none of them have achieved anything. We don't know anything. It's all wrong. It has to be, doesn't it? It's fundamentally wrong.
Science even
So we think the Earth is
the universe was created
4.5 billion years old, but it's 6,500. So how Christian science and secular science has got us really nowhere, according to you.
No, I don't think he was saying that. I can definitely hear in him that just given the fact that we have faith that God created things, I can speak for myself, and judging by the way Island talks, we're not what's the word, discouraging science from trying to find out more about it, because as we further go along, especially with quantum physics, the idea of a creator is becoming more and more comfortable to science. So I don't discourage any of this. I think it's great. I love learning about these things.
Revelation.
Yes.
Yeah, I really do like you, and I followed you just recently on Google+, but now you're sounding more and more like a creationist, blindfolded, I don't know what.
I'm sorry. Well, that's because I got a fellow brother here.
Yeah,
and he's bringing up very good points, though. And you're not.
No, he isn't. All his questions is answered by science. He's not raising. Oh my word! What was that? Go to my country, Sweden, and get the Nobel Prize. He's not. All his questions is been answered hundreds of times all over. He's regurgitating falsehoods. I'm so sorry, Nadia, but that is the truth. You can kick me if you want. Sorry, Nadia. Hope you get well.
Again, I'll just say I think you're underestimating God and how He creates things. If you think about when you dream at nighttime and you have created a whole entire world in a dream with cities, grass, and the sun, and hundreds of people in it, and it only takes you a matter of minutes or seconds to create that world. So just try to imagine a far, far, far greater mind than ours, and what kind of world that can create in seconds.
Yeah, sure. I am. You're right there. I am underestimating God because I don't believe He exists. Unless you are willing to explain which God you believe in or what God is, then I might change my mind.
Well, the best way I can point you to Him is it's Jesus Christ, and it's the God of the Christian Bible, and that's who God is.
Oh, okay. Then I can certainly say that God is false. If you postulate that the Bible is His words.
Well, it looks like I traced down discussion on, was it skepticreport.com, of Kent Hovind presenting this argument, and, well, the standard things about captured planets and collisions applied. And actually, I would say that it's probably not accurate to go on about the angular momentum being so entirely contained within the planets, because, of course, there's quite a bit rotating inside the sun in terms of particulate matter and so on. Never mind elsewhere, like, you say the asteroid belt or planetary cores and so on. Okay.
Well, I've got a question for you guys, if you want to take it on. If the Bible is the inerrant word of God, what bit of it is the best evidence of that? Which bit of the Bible is, you look at it and think, there's no way this could have been written by a man?
Are you asking me? Sorry,
Yeah, you or Revelation probably be the best people to answer it.
Okay,
It's not really a it's not really a challenge. I'm not trying to lead you into anywhere. I'm just interested.
No, that's fine. I'll just bring up a part of it right now that I could just read quickly, and then I'll tell you why I think it's good evidence.
I have an answer too, so.
Okay, I'm going to just read a little bit of a passage here from Isaiah 53. It says, "For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant and as a root out of dry ground. He hath no form or comeliness, and when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. We hid as it were our faces from him. He was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely he hath borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, yet we did esteem him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed." Now, who is that talking about right there? Anybody?
Jesus Christ. Amen, brother. Amen.
It's talking about Jesus Christ and dying on the cross for our sins, and that was written 1,000 years before Jesus Christ was born on the earth.
Amen. Amen.
Okay, so how do you know that this is an accurate representation of how the crucifixion actually took place?
Tomb. He died with wicked thieves on the crosses beside him, and he was buried in a rich man's tomb. Okay. It says that he was brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and a sheep before his shearers. He opened not his mouth when they questioned Jesus and were whipping him and spitting on him in the temple. He didn't open his mouth to protest against them there. There's all kinds of specific properties in there. In fact, Jesus Christ fulfilled over 300 prophecies in his lifetime. And if you take even 10 of those prophecies and do the mathematical calculation of the probabilities of fulfilling even 10 of them, it's completely astronomical and ridiculous to think that someone could have fulfilled them. And ones that were even out of his control, like his birth and how he was killed and stuff like that. So Jesus Christ, his life, is the entire New Testament was predicted in the Old Testament, and then it was fulfilled, and this is history, and it's just a matter of history, and it's a matter of fact, and it's up to you of how you're gonna base your life in response to that information.
Right. So the quote unquote historical evidence for this is the Bible, I presume.
Yes.
There's all kinds of evidence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Can you name a few?
Well, you're talking about historical things now, like aside from the Bible.
Yeah. Historical evidence aside from the Bible.
Right. Well, I mean, you have people like Josephus that recorded the histories of the Jews and all, including, by the way, Jesus Christ. And he was not a believer. He was a secular Jew. He was a historian. He's got a huge volume of the history, secular history. But he includes in that secular history Jesus Christ, which is kind of astounding in itself because he was a Jew, a non-believer. So that's one. I mean, there's others I imagine, but that's one I can source for you right now.
Right. What gods he believed in personally doesn't really affect the validity of his record, because in those times people were open to all sorts of gods. Like the Romans, when they weren't in Rome, they would worship the local gods.
There's only one God that wrote history before it happened, thousands and thousands of times over, and that's the God of the Bible.
How do you know?
Because you have the Bible. Don't you have a Bible? Look in it.
I've got one handy now.
Absolutely full of prophecies that were later fulfilled. As I
Right.
said, Jesus fulfilled over 300 prophecies from the Old Testament, and then we have the records that bear witness to that.
Exactly. And you know what, Island? I'm going to step in with you right now and testify right along with you. If you guys do a search on YouTube, put in Chuck Missler Genesis 5, okay? You're going to find a genealogy in Genesis 5, okay? People that were born in that time. There is a message embedded within the names of the people that were born in that genealogy. And it's very interesting, the message that you get when you put all of the meaning of the Hebrew names together in a sentence. It will blow your mind. And it's in Genesis 5. Okay, we're talking within the first 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th chapter of the beginning of the book. You have the gospel message of what Christ would come here and do in a genealogy in the 5th book. That's incredible.
Well, that will not blow my mind because you can find the exact same strange prophecy in Donald Duck. And this has been proven, so I'm sorry, Revelation. I really like you, but no, nice try, but no go.
I'm going to back up Revelation here. In Genesis 5, the first 5 people who were born, men, Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. And when you write down the meaning of their names, what their names mean in the Hebrew is, it reads, man appointed mortal sorrow. The blessed God shall come down teaching. His death shall bring the despairing comforter rest.
Hold on.
That's the Christian gospel right there in the first 7 people in the Bible.
Hold on. I've got an open.
That's a coincidence.
I've got an open Bible in front of me now. I'm looking at Genesis 5. Can you give me the number of the paragraph?
Island.
Yeah, I'm just looking it up, but I'm not sure if oh yeah, it's the genealogy there in Genesis 5. You see the genealogy of Adam. I'm telling you the truth here. It's Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the verse too, Island. I'm getting there.
And you can see how all the names were like when Eve had Seth, she said, "Oh, the Lord hath appointed me another man," and Seth's name means appointed, so she was pointing to that. You know, and there's other examples like that in there where, you know, where they actually say the meaning of the person's name in there as part of the reason they named them that or whatever. So, again, it's man-appointed mortal sorrow, but the blessed God shall come down teaching, his death shall bring the despairing comfort. Folded one way, it reads one thing, and when it's folded another way, it reads another. So God put these like highly complex things in the Bible that we would discover later when we had computers and stuff, and we could do, you know, searches for equidistant letter sequences or stuff like that, or like look these things up in the Greek and Hebrew.
Yeah, great, Island. Are you aware that the Muslims use the exact same, I would say, excuse, but for you, evidence?
The Muslims also have a supernatural origin for their book. It was an angel of light that Muhammad saw, which I believe would be Lucifer, because it says in the Bible that Lucifer can disguise himself as an angel of light, and that's who Muhammad claimed to get his gospel from, which was a different gospel, which was also predicted in the Bible, when Paul said, even if I or an angel from heaven come to you with any other gospel other than the one you have received, let him be accursed. And then 500 years later, an angel comes with another gospel. So it was predicted and warned of in the Bible already.
Yeah, would you believe it?
Yeah,
well,
steampunk. To answer your question, steampunk. Okay, the genealogy just runs throughout the entire chapter 5 of Genesis. Right from the beginning, you just read the names that go through it. Spells out a sentence, and you can't deny it. You can't.
Can't. Island. If you ask a Muslim the same thing, he would quote me, and I have done this in real life, debated Muslims. He would quote me a verse, a surah, and a verse from the yeah, you know, and he would say the exactly same thing to disprove your God as the ultimate God.
No, but listen.
No, don't listen. We're back at square one.
No,
there's nothing in the Quran like that, Evan.
No, I've never seen anything in the Quran like that, and even if there was, as I said, it does have a supernatural origin from Lucifer, who was one of the brightest angels, and is probably highly genius. It's probably where the idea of an evil genius comes from.
Yeah. So the Quran
he mocks and imitates God constantly and all the time.
Yeah, sure they do. No evidence whatsoever. But okay. So the Quran is incorrect because it was written after.
It has a different gospel of Jesus Christ. It says that Jesus never died on the cross. That's a total lie. It's just historically inaccurate.
Okay. So you could just say that. Okay. Okay. Jesus did not die on the cross. Total lie. Therefore, moon would touch the earth, and therefore God. Great. Where do I sign up to this God? Do you have
You realize that you've sinned against an infinitely holy Creator, and you get down on your knees and apologize and ask Him to forgive you and save you. It's just
great. So
where does all this come from?
So what is a sin? I must know what a sin is.
A sin? Lie. Have you ever lied?
Yeah.
Well, then you've sinned.
Yeah. Have you ever lied?
Yep.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah, I've sinned as well. We've all sinned, but my sins are covered by the blood of Jesus Christ, and He saved me. And He can save you too, but you have to humble yourself and ask Him.
Amen. Amen.
Okay, so everybody has sinned, but you only get saved if you fall down to your knees and pray for forgiveness to a person you have no evidence for.
Yeah. You fall down on your knees in your heart. Yeah. You humble your heart in front of God.
Okay.
Admit that you're a sinner.
That
you need
sounds
forgiveness.
a lot like Islam to me.
Well, the point is, God wants us to willingly come to Him and to willingly love Him. He didn't make robots to automatically be programmed to love Him, because that's not meaningful. What's
I know
meaningful
that.
is when we willfully acknowledge Him because He is worthy of worship, and we love Him and worship Him for who He is.
Yeah.
Well, when He created us, He already knew that we would either not worship Him or worship Him. So what meaning could this possibly have for Him?
That's a good question.
It's a good question, yeah.
It is. It really is. It is, and that's why I love discussing this stuff with people, because we really do come back to the point where I'll just go back to it. Island and I believe what we believe, and you guys believe what you believe. So I mean, and you can't prove to us that there isn't a creator. And although Island has given a lot of good stuff to think about, I can't. Okay, all right. Well, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. What I heard him saying that was a lot of good stuff. But anyway, we can't prove to you that there's a creator, because if your heart isn't soft, okay, if you aren't ready to want to believe it, you're not gonna. You're not gonna. So that's it. Go ahead.
I think it's about immigrating to Sweden at this point. We have some talking to do. Yeah, when it comes down to 100 million people in the U.S., like, believing that they are commanded by our deity to kill me by, like, most horrific means possible, and nice little IT fjords.
No.
Great skiing and
no.
atheists programming computers in Sweden. I think I'll take Sweden.
I got you. I can only.
He who is without sin cast the first stone at Nadia.
That's right. Exactly. Amen. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, you just heard it from two Christians. Okay. I wouldn't stone you, and he wouldn't stone you. Okay. There are very hateful Christians out there. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they are a very bad representation of the faith. Very bad. I think Island.
Yeah, the entire Republican Party. I mean, come on.
What? Say that again. You broke up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the entire Republican Party is a bit much to take on here.
Well, if you want to get into politics, that's something totally different. Most Republicans, I believe, are probably Luciferians secretly, but that's just my belief. I just going there. I'm going there. I don't believe I don't think they know Jesus from a doorknob. But anyway, Republicans. That's you're getting into politics, Nadia. That's a totally different deal from Christianity or a believer in Jesus. Okay, if you want to get into politics, holy crap, we'd probably be in here for a long time, and it'd be funny. But politics and religion or relationship with a creator that's like water and oil. It's religion, I would say, and politics have a lot in common, but a relationship with the creator and politics have absolutely nothing in common. Nothing.
Island online news or whatever your name is.
Yeah,
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah. He that is without sin among us, let him first cast a stone at her, or something like that. You are familiar with that verse? I agree. I suppose. since you posted in the chat?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Do you know that that sentence, that verse, wasn't in the, well, we don't have the original what do you call it, scriptures, because they are lost, but they are not found in the earliest scriptures. They are.
I hope you're not gonna try and point to the Catholic Bible or something like that, are you?
No. We have approximately 4,000 copies of the Bible, and the verse you just cited is not among any of the first ones. So you know that is a later copy. That is a later edition.
Actually, you're wrong. The Alexandrian.
Whoops.
The Alexandrians removed all kinds of things from the Bible and added things in. That's what the Catholic Bible is based on. The Alexandrian texts were corrupted texts. It's actually in the Bible. It was removed by the Gnostics.
So
he's right.
Yeah, okay. Which
yes,
Bible?
He's right. No, once again evidence. He's giving you information. Okay, you just want to discount it because you don't want to believe it.
No, I'm not.
Information.
Do you really think that if there really was a God, I would deny him?
I don't think you would. I don't think you would.
No.
I think you're presupposing you don't want to believe it. I don't think you want to, because you've been somewhat antagonistic since Island has come in here. That's been a lot more bolder than me in terms of what I believe too.
No.
You know, I really listen. In that case, I'll pray for you that you get it. You know, he's given you information. He has not been hateful in any way. He's been giving you information.
No, but
me neither. So
yes, told us.
It's nice, and everything I say is bad. Okay.
I was going to say the Codex Alexandrinus is 5th century, and since it overlaps with the Septuagint, or at least is basing its Old Testament portions off the Septuagint, it's known to have usual translation issues the Septuagint had.
The Septuagint is only the Old Testament, Nadia. He was talking about a verse that's in the New Testament.
Yeah, the Septuagint quotes are actually.
You're great, Island. Good job.
Yeah, well, I hear people do this all the time. They point to, they say there's older copies of the Bible, but what they don't realize is that when the scripts were widely, circulated around, a certain amount of them went to Egypt with the Gnostics, where they revised them. And actually, I think there's even something in the New Testament where I think Paul or someone gives them crap for changing and deleting things out of the Scripture. I could find that verse. But then what happened is those copies weren't widely distributed or used, and so they were preserved better. So people will say, oh, this is an older copy, therefore, this verse was taken or added in later or whatever. But that's just not true. It's because the copies that were the accurate copies were getting used a lot and getting worn out over the years. So of course we don't have the copies that are as old because people were using them every single day.
Yeah,
but we have like 50,000 copies of the Greek manuscripts that agree with the King James version.
Yeah, Island, you have just painted yourself in a corner, because you just stated in the chat. Let me get this noticed by all the viewers, that the verse that says that he that is without sin among you, let him cast a stone at her, or let him cast the first stone, depending on which Bible you refer to. That is original. Not is that true?
Hmm?
Yeah, great.
Not really sure what you said there. I didn't really catch it.
Yeah, too bad for you, because there are no original of the Bible.
Right, but what I'm saying is we have 50,000 copies of the Textus Receptus that all agree with the King James Version. Okay, the Catholic Bible is corrupted as based on the Alexandrian texts.
Yes.
Okay, that is the corrupt version.
Yes, but you just said in the chat that is the original. There is no original of the Bible. You have no idea whatsoever what was originally stated, or the meaning of the words.
We do, because the originals were copied thousands of times over and widely distributed. So we do know what they said. The copying process was very, very careful. If there was one single error, they would burn the entire copy and start.
Yeah, sure. One single error.
Evidence. Once he can just say, yeah, sure. He's giving you information, which
he does not. I have listened to all the Bart D. Ehrman's scholarly. He just assumes this. Why is it that always that when Island is talking, he is giving me facts, and when I talk, it's an opinion? Barty Ehrman explicitly explains this over and over again. If you don't have the originals, you don't know what the original states. That's quite simple.
The fact is that Jewish scribes copied the entire Torah, the Pentateuch. They copied it diligently, like Island said, letter for letter. If they made one mistake, just one, they would throw out the entire thing and they'd have to burn it, actually.
Then, okay, great. Then how come we have thousands upon thousands of copies with errors in them?
Because those are based on the Alexandrian text. The copy from the script of Matthew that I was quoting from there is dated to within 5 years of Jesus' death.
Okay, I'm okay. So
5 years of what? Sorry.
It's so strange. What are they saying? We have thousands upon thousands of copies, and none of them agrees with any of the other ones. How can you
based on the
possibly
Alexandrian
claim?
texts are corrupt?
What?
Any copies based on the Alexandrian texts are corrupt. That includes the Catholic Bible, I believe the NIV, ESV. There's all kinds of them. Just so you know, the same people who published the NIV also published the Satanic Bible.
No, they didn't. Okay,
modern Bible translations are corrupted and based on the Alexandrian text. The King James version is reliable and is accurate and is reliable when compared to the Textus Receptus, which are the widely distributed and received texts.
Okay. The King James could not possibly be reliable because we don't have the original. But please, could you provide evidence that it's reliable?
The Old Testament, the Masoretic text is typically used.
It's a combination. It's Textus Receptus. It's a combination, Nadia. It's Textus Receptus and the Masoretic, like you said. It's a combo.
And I'll just say one more time, we have 50,000 copies that all agree with each other. The reason you don't have the original ones is because people use them every single day. And imagine using a book every single day for 200 years. It just disintegrates into dust. That's why they don't have them. But by that time,
and that means that you have no possible way to knowing what the original book says.
Yes, because you can we've collected 50,000 ancient manuscripts, and then you compare them, and they all agree.
Well, perhaps 50,000 manuscripts, but there are not 50,000 books. It's more like it's more closer to 5,000 books, and none of them is exactly like the other one. You cannot possibly state this. You are a religious guy. You have to examine this.
Any objection or question you're going to bring up, I've already brought it up myself and answered it to my satisfaction. I've had to answer thousands and thousands of questions like this, hard questions myself, and chase down every rabbit and kick every dog. And I've done it, and the more I do it, the more and more I am 150% convinced that the Bible is the Word of God and is 100%.
But if there isn't any original, how can you state it's the perfect word of creation of the universe? You have to be kidding me, right?
And also, did you say that King James was your preferred translation?
Yep.
Is it for accuracy reasons or poetic reasons?
Most accurate. And the errors that are in it are about less than 1%, are only spelling errors or very insignificant. There's not a single error that affects any doctrine, and the errors are well known as well with it. So it's 99.9% reliable. The errors are well known and don't affect any doctrines.
I think I'll let the Christians take it a test for that one. Yeah, that's gonna be rough. I mean, the Calvinists like the ESV. I think, and I think the Arminians like the NIV. But well, you already know that.
Nadia, can I don't want to be a hypocrite because you know, I said some stuff earlier when Island wasn't here, and I'm going to reiterate it now, right now, for him to know what I've said. I can take my Bibles, all of them that I have. I got NIVs, I got KJVs, I got them all. At this point, I could take them all and just burn them. At this point, it does not take a book for me to understand what God is. I think it's very complex, the things going on in terms of creation, that no matter how much knowledge that you know, either science or us coming from a deist standpoint can give people, it does come down to who are called out. And you know, I can tell that you have obviously had a personal experience with God too, because you're able to be patient and just talk with people like this, and you're giving good information. I've come to the conclusion at this point, it doesn't. I don't need the book anymore, but I can see all the truth seekers here, and they want to know the truth. And I can love them for wanting to know the truth, and we understand what that truth is, and we can come into these type of discussions, and in love try and show what Jesus Christ is, and you've done that too, Island. But I think these discussions are very productive when people are patient and don't get too dogmatic about what they believe. And I confess, when I saw a brother come in like you and you're giving great information, I want to back you up. But I was not. I want to apologize to Evidence or anybody else, Nadia, anybody I offended, if I was getting a little bit too, you know, passionate. But you know, he was fine. He really is giving good information, guys. I'm telling you. If you want to listen to it, that's cool. If you don't, that's your choice. Go ahead, Nadia.
Yeah, I said you're doing fine. It's all agreeable.
Love you guys, all of you.
Yeah, I don't think the King James stuff is gonna withstand well, the influence of other Christians, really. But
yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I'm on the same boat with Island. You know, in terms of the best translation that I like, that I use, being a believer, is the 1611 King James Version. That's what I use, but you guys don't care about that, so then it really is. It's about coming together like this and talking. You know, I think this is great. That I really feel that way. I think that these discussions are very productive. But when they get too dogmatic, and people are putting up, they're starting to want to box each other in intellectual way or spiritual, we're kind of getting off the beaten path. And that's why it's so important what you've started to do, Nadia. Trying to build this bridge. It's a very good thing that you're doing. We can tell you what we believe, but we have to do it in love. We can't get too dogmatic, and you know what I mean. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say hello to Faith. I saw her hold her hand up.
Hello.
Who knows what she's up to? She's somewhere in Canada.
Nope.
Okay. And hello, my hair. Good to see you again. Well, why would you say rely on a translation instead of like the language and reading the original?
Say that again. I'm sorry, you broke up.
Instead of the original languages.
Yeah, Nadia, you're breaking up real bad.
Okay, I'm trying another time. Ellen, why don't you rely on a translation instead of learn the original language? Is that better?
A little bit. You asked, why do I rely on a translation as opposed to the original language? Is that what you said?
Instead of learning the original language, yeah.
Well,
I think the Quran, they study Arabic to be able to read the Quran.
I got you. Yeah.
I think it's the same reason we don't really, know how to do, advanced math equations, because we just have calculators, basically. Like, we have computers that we can just look up the Greek or whatever. We don't have to know how to read Greek, necessarily.
Right. I'd agree with that.
Well, it raises a bit of a question, essentially because, am I right in Islam,
Uh-oh. Yep, yep, we did lose her. She's probably going to pop out and then pop back in again. Maybe. You there, Nadia?
I'm sorry, Revelation. I just gotta say that I like you too. It's just that.
No, listen, Evidence. I'm sorry. I apologize. I get. When I hear a fellow brother that comes in and really boldly is talking the way he's talking, I have to back him up. My book tells me to. And I do believe that he's giving good information in terms of what he's talking about. But if you're saying that science, the stuff about the moon and that stuff, science is proving otherwise, I can't say yay or nay on that because I don't know enough, I don't know about that. I think it'd be cool if you guys talk about that moon thing again, because I'd like to hear about that stuff. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, and I have to say, I do like it too. You seem reasonable and all that, but if I would take just a quick escape on this, it would be that if anyone would have an explanation for God or for the evidence against evolution or whatsoever, that guy would be so famous that you can kick Newton or Einstein right out. That person would be like God to us. So if you really have this evidence, why don't you present it in a reasonable fashion in a peer-reviewed paper? Thank you.
I totally understand what. Yeah, Island, I see you definitely want to talk about that. I'll just say this: what I experienced personally is I can't. It's not something I can put in a peer-reviewed paper. If I could have had a camera in my head to show you what I saw, and when I got saved, trust me, you would at least think about it. That's all I can say. Go ahead, Island.
I don't really have a whole lot to add. I just think I've been doing this long enough to know that it's really not about the evidence. Like, it really isn't. It's about something else. I'm trying to learn and get to the heart of what that something else is, because I know that, you know, we're all looking at the same evidence and coming up with different interpretations, and there's something more going on here than just the evidence.
Absolutely.
I would agree with you there totally. I think, you know, that's what I find interesting, is that I hear you guys talk, and you know, you believe what you believe, and you know, you really believe it, and it interests me that I don't.
No, I'm going to tell you the worst problem. I'm going to tell you this, and I once again, I don't want to be a hypocrite, so I'm going to repeat what I said before Island was in here. There are a lot of Christians, the majority of Christians on YouTube are ego and pride driven. You know, we have to come in love, always. If we're going to be coming in the name of Christ, we have to live as He lived. We have to show love. And most of the people out there, they're pride-driven, they want more viewers, and it's a bunch of horse shit, in my opinion. Excuse my French, I'm sorry. You know, it's not about that stuff. I mean, we're being like Lucifer himself if we're coming on here and we want to make something big about ourselves. Look at me. I'm a Christian, pointing at a screen, you're going to hell. That is not what Jesus would want us to be doing as Christians. It's just not. It would want it. At
the same time, sorry to interrupt, but at the same time, if you actually believe in a hell, and you actually believe that by us not believing that that's where we're going, then, you know, in a way, as I see it, you as a human being, you're pretty much duty bound to be coming in the Hangouts warning us about it. You know, because you'd be pretty shitty people if you didn't. If that's your firm, committed belief, then you kind of have to have a go at us about it. That's how I see it.
Wow. And that's